do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all. Why, hello. How's everybody doing? I want to play PoE so bad, but the league is already dead. Yeah, it's practice league start time. Right there in the login. Oh, a teaser. A teaser? Yoink. Oh, we got PoE 2 news. Ooh. Ooh.
20 years abandoned hasn't opened this place at all. No amount of gold is worth this. Oh, shit! Killing time!
Sorry, does he have a machine gun? What the shit was that? Was that a machine gun? What? Hang on. Let's hide that overlay.
Oh, shit! Killing time!
Okay. Alright. We get machine guns. Fine. You do whatever you want. Don't let me stop you. Okay, we gotta look at that. First of all, just the look of the zone. Fucking amazing. Amazing.
20 years abandoned hasn't opened this place at all. No amount of gold is worth this.
Voice acting? Very nice.
Oh, shit!
Attacking forward
Killing time!
and walking backwards without turning around. Full on channeling forward and walking backwards without turning around. And he swears, what character is this? What character is this? Also, looking at this video on my capture card, I have to figure out why it's so much darker than it's supposed to be for you guys. I don't understand. I do not understand why it looks so much darker on OBS, man. I don't get it. Sort of looks like that's gone wrong. All right. Did you do anything to fix it at all? I mean, I spent a bunch of time trying to figure out how to fix it, but I can't even figure out what's wrong, let alone do something to fix it. It looks like too much saturation. I can pull that out a little. Oh, I remember it was super bright to you though. Did you do anything to fix that? No. No, I installed the driver for the monitor and then it worked. Okay, that's a little better. I'm just messing with OBS settings to make the gamma and contrast and stuff like that. That's a little better. That's still a bit closer again, but it's still not right. I'll figure it out before the league starts.
20 years abandoned as
Okay, this is the third video we've seen where the entry, the beginning of the zone that they're walking through, or like the beginning of the clip that we see, they're walking at a really, really bad place. Oh, too much contrast. Right, hang on. Hang on. See if I can fix this. More filters. Color correction. Do you even see this? Yes. Okay, so you get to see this all live if I hue shift the entire thing. If I hue shift the entire thing, you do get to see it live. That's just me sliding up the hue shift thing so that I can see. All right. Back to 0 for the hue. All right, back to 0 for everything. Back to no alterations. Let's just see how bad it looks. Okay. Unwatchable bad. If I don't edit it. That's how bad it looks.
20 years abandoned as an...
Right? Unwatchable. But the colors are right. It's just far too dark and maybe a little too much contrast. So, let's knock the contrast down 10. Let's bring the brightness up a little. Nope, that's too far. Let me bring that up a little. Like that much. Let's mess with gamma. Ooh. Ooh, gamma's better than brightness. Let's put that brightness back where it was. Let's mess with gamma a little bit. That's 20.25 on the gamma. That looks a bit better. Certainly looks more watchable. Let's see what happens if I knock the gamma up to 0.5. That's double what I just had. That's too much. That's fucked with something. That's too much. That's way too much. 2.5 looked okay. Let's rewatch this with that setting at 2.5. The other setting is saturation. That might be a problem.
No amount of gold is worth this. Oh, shit!
God, this looks so good though. Okay. The next thing is saturation. It might be too saturated or not saturated enough. So let's bring that down to negative 0.3 and see if that looks better or worse.
20 years abandoned hasn't altered this place at all. No amount of gold is worth this.
I think that's worse. Let's go positive 3 and see if that's worse. Now back to 0. Go positive 3.
20 years abandoned hasn't altered this place at all.
Nah, that's
No
also
amount
worse.
of
Okay,
gold is
I don't
worth
think it's
this.
saturation then.
Oh, shit! Killing time!
So that's a different tree, by the way. He does that backwards roll, and you see him swap weapons into a different tree, and then start a shotgun, not a shotgun, like a fucking SMG with his thing. It even has like a, it even sounds like he's reloading his gun. I know it's a crossbow, but like it sounds like he's reloading his gun. And then pause. Thank you for the rain. We're just re-watching this little teaser for the PoE 2 announcement that's supposed to happen on the 5th or whenever it is.
20 years abandoned hasn't altered this place at all. No
So,
amount
yeah,
of gold
there you
is
go.
worth this. Oh, shit! Killing time!
Okay, real quick. Hang on. I've got a thing. I just want you guys to imagine the sound of a shotgun and the sound of a machine gun. I've just turned off the visuals. You can't see it. Just listen and pretend he's holding a shotgun and then he drops it and picks up a machine gun and tell me it doesn't sound right.
20 years abandoned hasn't altered this
Right?
place at all.
Just listening.
No amount of gold is worth this. Oh, shit! Killing time!
Is that not a boom, boom, fuck this gun. That's a gun. These are gun noises. I'm fucking here for it. Listen again. The shotgun is just a little quiet.
20 years abandoned hasn't altered this place at all. No amount of gold is worth this. Oh, shit! Killing time!
Those are guns. I don't care what they call them. Those are guns. They're going to sound like guns. I'm excited. I'd like to shoot some guns, please. All right. So 4 things stand out to me other than the sound of guns. 4 things stand out. 1, fuck my life. The environment in this game looks so goddamn much better than what I'm used to. So good.
20 years abandoned as an
Two, this is the third trailer that we have seen where we enter the trailer or presumably enter the zone walking really, really, really slow for no reason. I hope that's not a thing because he speeds up afterwards.
No amount of gold is worth.
See, he starts running. Currently in PoE 1, we have no way to walk really slow and then also run like that without quicksilvers and whatnot, which won't even be a thing in PoE 2. So I hope that that's not like the entry to every zone. I'm going to have to be like, stroll, 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 stroll. I hope that's like also not a stamina thing because that is played out, old, and absolutely no fun to anyone. So I'm hoping that's just like an RP thing for the trailers that they're doing and not like a thing that we have to deal with, right? Like it, because it looks real cool in the trailer, but the fact that I've seen it 3 times now worries me.
This. Oh, shit.
Second, he swears here, which is hilarious. And then these are the two other bits that stand out. One, he's firing forward and walking backwards at the same time. You can't do that with a mouse. If mouse is your only control of your character, how do you walk backwards and fire forward at the same time?
Killing time.
And then he changes to here and he's like not just shooting forward and then walking backwards, which is what we saw first, but now he's shooting forward and walking backwards, which is different because a minute ago he was shooting, walking backwards, shooting, walking backwards, shooting, walking backwards. He swaps into this one and then shoots and walks backwards at the same time. Huge. Huge. And then this fucking thing again that I still have no clue what it is. Oh god, I want to play PoE 2. WASD movement options. I'd be more excited if it was controller support. Like real controller support.
20 years abandoned hasn't altered this place at all. No amount.
I'm just seeing if there's anything else we've missed in here.
A gold is worth this.
I'm fucking scouring every bit of this. Give me more information.
Oh, shit. Killing time.
There's not enough there. That is the definition of a teaser. There's not enough there. There's not anywhere to pull apart. Yeah, it could be. It could be that. Okay. Last, I'm going to do this one more time. I'm telling you, this is a shotgun and then a machine gun. Hide the visuals. Listen.
20 years abandoned hasn't altered this place at all. No amount of gold is worth this. Oh, shit. Killing time.
That is absolutely a shotgun and then a machine gun. I don't know what else to tell you. That's a shotgun and then a machine gun.
Of corruption advanced.
What is this one? Oh, they're from the Path of Exile 2 trailer. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not. It's not the first time I've seen this. It's that I don't know what this is like lore wise and whatnot. Like, what is that thing? Sounds like a Call of Duty stream, right? I'm here for it, but those sounds, those are gun sounds. It will also include some parts of it. Here's a trailer of what you can expect. That's it. Did I correctly perceive that there are PoEs in PoE 2? So no, we can clearly see a crossbow and some sort of more automatic crossbow, like maybe a hand bow or hand crossbow or something on this character. Like, they are two different kinds of bows, but those sounds are 100% guns. Like, that is not what a crossbow sounds like. I did archery for about 1.5 years. That is not what any bow launched has ever sounded like. Those are guns. Fucking, I swear to God, he reloads this gun. I swear to God, when I watch him, he goes, boom, boom, chunk, chunk. Like, what the fuck is going on? And ignore this if it's on purpose, but you have follower only mode on? What the fuck? No, I've never turned that on. I don't want that on. I didn't see nothing saying it was on. Hang on, I'm just trying to... Human race so you can't do the following mode? That's odd. I do not have follow mode on. Shield mode off. Subscriber only off. Follower only chat 0 minutes. What the fuck? Where did that... I don't know when or how that was on. It was never meant to be. I don't know how that happened. It's fixed. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, 0 still means following. It just means you can follow and type immediately. It's always supposed to be off. Unless there's like a problem. Okay. I want to play more PoE 2. I want to play more PoE 2. When can we do PoE 2? I would like to play more PoE 2 today, please. Can we do that? Feels like a slow D4. So I actually think they've made one really big error in all of the marketing for PoE 2 after talking to the people at ExileCon. I was assured PoE 2 will still have quite speedy end game gameplay, and that they haven't actually like ground the game to a slow mode like it looks in all of the trailers. It's just that it'll be slower to begin with. You will still be able to build to big speedy map clear builds, annihilating things. Like, it'll still be that thing. And the big mistake I think they've made is they have never once ever showed us anything moving fast like that. Like we're used to, like we want. Even though we've been assured by people that no, we'll still be able to get to speed. We've just like slowed down combat, especially early, made things more meaningful. You'll still be able to get super strong and just run around one-shotting things, but that's not what we're showing because it doesn't show. And I get why they're not showing it, right? I get why they're not showing it. They're not showing it because if you take one of my endgame speedy builds and you just show it, it doesn't show off any of the new mechanics, any of the new feelings of things. It doesn't make like really good use and cool use of like the new skills, the new way mobs interact with you, all of the dodges, everything like that. So I get it. But they haven't shown us anything to actually justify the claim that we'll still get to go fast. Right? So I'm choosing to take them at their word that we will still get speedy fast gameplay. But I understand why people are worried about that because we've never once been shown any of that. Okay, let's put that back on.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Harry Danger, thank you very much for Prime. Imagine the trailer being that tornado shot lightning wall build. Like, check out this new map 1 second later. What do you think? Right? That makes sense, right? Like, it makes sense that they generally aren't going to show us that footage because it doesn't give you the best view of all the new things that they're working with. The whole new, I don't want to call it a new engine, but like, you know, the whole like new everything that should feel really good, but the best way to show us it is to show us it at slow speed so we can see it. But there's been a lot of marketing over a lot of years now and haven't showed us even a single instance of going quick and being speedy gameplay that we're all after. So a lot of people are worried about it. I get it, but I'm choosing to just believe them that there will be the ability to beef my character up to the point where it's fast and fun and it's the kind of experience that I want, right? What the fuck is this mine? This is Pyroclast mine, which is just what you play until you can go Hex Blast. Looks cool though. I like commands too. I don't even know what that means. What are we playing? Well, eventually Hex Blast mines. You consider doing solo self-found again in your reverb raid? I don't like solo self-found, but I'm league starting a private league this week. No, you don't hide. Rolls of wisdom, I don't either. This is my league start filter. Because this is a solo self-found like test run. You can't day one before maps hide wisdom scrolls. That would be very bad. Oh, whoops. Yo, what are you? Why aren't you dead yet? Okay. I can't afford to use Grace yet. I want to, but I can't afford to.
I'll see what I can.
But I could afford to use something. Like that. That'll do. I don't actually think EK Ignite is a good league start, if that's one you're considering. I think it's a really, really good build. in really, really good gear and a really, really shit build in really, really shit gear, it needs to scale first before it's fun to play. I wouldn't league start it at all. There are ways to league start it. You can definitely league start with something like Armageddon Brand or Wave of Conviction, build up enough currency to be able to change into EK, but that's not something that like most people should do unless you really know what you're doing and you're really familiar with it. That transitional period before you can do it is still pretty bad. I don't think it's an appropriate like for the masses league start. Hi, buddy. Hello. Have you come to sit in the bed, or would you like to get picked up and have attention paid to you? No, you're actually not here to sit at all. You've got the zoomies. You're gonna run in and out of the room. Okay. Have fun, buddy. He just got clipped. Can you imagine Twitch trying to get me to play double the amount of ads that I currently do? It was in my notifications the other day, was they were like, we've noticed people make 100 and something % more money during the holidays. Here's what you should do to capitalize on that. And one of the things they wanted me to do was run over twice as many ads as I run now. No, twice as many. And I was just like, no, thank you. No, thank you. How about no, thank you? Right? About that teaser, eh? I love the machine gun noises. They want me to run 8 minutes. They want me to run 12. They want me to run 12 minutes an hour. Like, no. What do you mean? So what I currently run is 3 minutes every 30 minutes. Which is like enough ads that it's like half of my Twitch income. And I make a pretty decent amount of money out of it. But they want me to run 12 an hour. I currently run 6 an hour. And I'm just like, that's 12 an hour. That's a 3-minute ad break every 15 minutes. Actually, fuck off. Actually, no. Like, I would leave. If I was watching a stream and I got 2 ad breaks within 15 minutes, I would leave. Once every half hour, okay, fair enough. I'll put up with it. But once every 15 minutes, I'm out. See ya. Still less than YouTube? How often is YouTube putting in ad breaks? Because I actually let that shit just run automatically. Pyroclast ASMR stream when? Every video seems like 5 minutes. Oh, no. I set all my video ads. I meant on the live stream. We manually set all of our video ads. I meant the live stream. I would say Blakey'd know too because he used to do it. I would say when I make a YouTube video that's 10 minutes long, I probably take out 50% of the automatically placed ads before launching the video. Like a 10-minute video. Okay, why am I dying so much? Why am I so squishy? That's a problem. I see. Usually a 10-minute video will show up with like 4 or 5 ads automatically, and I'll lower it to like 2. Creators can set specific time intervals between mid-roll ads. Ads show every 6 minutes is the lower option. 6, 12, 18, 24, or 30. Okay, I set mine to conservative, which was just one of the only 3 options I had. Hopefully it's every 30 minutes. Hopefully that's every 30. Because, oh boy. Every 6 minutes. Can you imagine? What on earth? Alright, that's a bit better. Last was every 6 minutes for 3 minutes of ad sale. Hey, I do that sometimes. League launch days. On League launch days, I start stream about 2.5 hours before the League launches. And I just fucking mash the run ad button. And I'll just like, I'll run ad after ad after ad after ad after ad for like 2 hours. Because every time I run my ad break, I gain 27 minutes of ad-free viewing. And it just stacks up. The way Twitch works, it lets me just like front load them all. So I'll like, in the 2-hour lead up to a League start on that morning, I will run so many ads that I won't get ads for like 6 or 7 hours in the stream. I'll just smash the button until the League goes live. Hey guys, it turns out getting res cap makes you feel significantly tankier.
Just need a moment to catch
Weird, right? I just pay for Turbo is my main focus of entertainment outside of the game, and I watch too many streamers to stub. Yeah, it's a good move. Turbo's great. Like Turbo is actually fantastic value if you watch enough streamers. If you watch like more than 3 people regularly and you're short on money, you should look into Turbo. And let's be honest, who's not short on money nowadays? Fucking everyone. I don't know if I know anyone who's not like short on money. Everyone's short on money. To be honest, watching you is like watching like 3 tuners. I don't get that at all. I don't understand how that's a thing. This is a Spire of Shards. Sire of Shards is the thing you're thinking about. But no, this is just Pyroclast mine. It's just what it looks like. Sleep if we go to him. See you later, pause. He's calling you fat, Baylor. Hey, I've lost 24 kilos. You can keep your fat comment to yourself. Unless it's Jesus Christ, you were fat. In which case, yes, I definitely was. Oh. 34 kilos down. Nicely done. Yep. Since the day they announced ExileCon, I started trying to lose weight because I was 130 kilos. And I was like, I don't want to show up to ExileCon being 130 kilos. Now I'm down to 104, but I'm still looking to keep going down lower. I wanna try and be like 2 digits. Here's some speaking of entertaining content. I don't know if I like need to deal with this dude anymore. Is it permanent or is it 12 days? Quick chat pick. Is it 12 days or is it permanent? You get to pick. Oh, that's too many permas. Bye, bud. See ya. Sounds like an attention grabber. Well, I gave him exactly what he was looking for. Always give the people what they want. If what they want is attention, I'll give you a little bit of attention. You got all the attention. Whole stream was focused on that dude for just a minute there. That was a ton of attention. Exactly what he was after. Congratulations. Swag? I don't know, man. Bonus, hey, lost. I left a shit ton. Okay, you're not gonna love what I tell you. I almost completely stopped eating fast food and takeaway. I went from eating that 10 times a week on average to once every 2 weeks on average. I started filling up 75% of my plate with vegetables on every meal. For quite a while, I replaced one meal a day with a shake. And this is the worst part. Makes me want to throw up a little bit. I started going for 30-minute walks almost every day. Just a walk, not a run. I don't like sweating. I'm not trying to go to the gym or anything. I didn't stick to a strict diet of any kind either. I just started trying to have a lot more vegetables, go for a walk, don't eat shit. And not strictly don't eat shit. Like we'll still have takeaway when everyone else is having takeaway, when it's convenient. If someone's bringing a burger home from Hungry Jack's and gives it to me, I'm going to eat a burger. Not a diet, just eating healthier. Just eating healthier. Not a diet, just eating healthier. And walking. That's all I did. I didn't track calories. I didn't do anything like that. I didn't do a meal plan. Nothing like that. I just started to be like, plate is 75% vegetables. That's it. That's all it was. And that pretty comfortably got me from 130 to 104 kilograms. But I've kind of stagnated here for like a month or two now. So I'm going to have to do better if I want to get to my goal. But still, that brought me from 130 to 104, so that's a pretty good start. But I'd like to get down to 2 digits. 1 hour walk? Nah. I'm gonna put in some like weights and stuff. Some like light muscle training 3 or 4 times a week or whatever. Customers make cool salads and stuff and what to prepare for. Oh no, I still hate vegetables. It's been like 8 months. I still think vegetables are shit. They don't taste good. I still want nothing but burgers and pizza. It doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. I just want to eat burgers and pizza all the time. That's the only thing I ever want. Is it worth it? Sure, it's worth it. I feel a lot better. I sleep a lot better, etc. Sure, it's worth it. But I still just want a burger every day and pizza every day. Like, really sustainable. Yeah, because I didn't do any crazy diet thing. Anytime I've tried to diet, within a week, the only foods I can think about, the only thing I ever want, the only thing that will satiate me at all is whatever foods are not allowed by that diet. Anytime I've ever tried a diet, within a week, my whole body is like, you must eat the thing you're not allowed to eat. How long are you going to make that change? Around 8 months-ish? was kind of the point though, is now I'm not on a diet, right? This whole time, not on a diet, just generally trying to eat healthier, that's all. No diet, no list of foods I'm not allowed to eat, no list of things I have to eat, just eat healthier.
Hello there.
And like other things, like if I went to Hungry Jack's to get burgers a year ago, I would get 3 or 4 burgers. Usually, sometimes 5 actually. It would usually be 2 of the really big burgers, like the ultimate Whopper burgers, like the huge ones. And then like 2 bacon deluxes and 1 little like chicken burger of some kind. And that would be like a normal meal for me. Now, when I go to Hungry Jack's, I get 1 of the normal size burgers and 1 of the little tiny ones, and no chips, no drink or anything. If I was going to get a meal, I just wouldn't get the little tiny burgers, like the little cheeseburger side ones. That's my new one. It's just like 1 real burger and 1 little dude, instead of like 4 or 5, right? And it's the same everywhere, right? Does the new League teaser just show a crossbow? Not only did it just show a crossbow, it showed a crossbow that sounded like a machine gun. That wasn't a League trailer though, that's a PoE 2 teaser, right? Like, just so that I just assumed that was misspoken, but it occurred to me once Blakey corrected it that I was like, oh, you could actually have thought it was a League thing. No, that was a PoE 2 news. So we're gonna get some PoE 2 news as well during the live stream announcement, and that was just like a teaser for it. The biggest takeaway for me from that one is that the crossbows sound like machine guns, and I want them. I want them. There's a chance that those are like placeholder audios, or that they're gonna like refine them, make them sound more like those, but I kind of hope they don't. I kind of just want to live in the fantasy world where I could be firing a machine gun at people. It just sounds so cool.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
The biggest surprise me is we filmed this trailer like a month ago. How do you know that? How do you know it wasn't filmed literally yesterday? Oh, right, okay. That is a little weird. That's a little outside of what I'm used to. I'm used to, if we see a video, it only got finished like this week at best. Usually. I tell you what, if this thing auto-targeted, it'd actually be like a fantastic skill. PV videos usually rendering still as they upload them. Yeah. I remember my favorite story from them was the first ExileCon, like 4 years ago or whatever it was. The like full-on trailer that they showed us at ExileCon was literally finished that same morning. Like the finishing touches, the changes and whatever was made was literally the morning before they played it to us. That's how tight it was.
I need more pockets.
I remember somebody, I forget who it was, but somebody was like in the office past midnight the day beforehand, trying to make sure that it was finished and polished and perfect.
I fear I have not been entirely. Greeting.
Bannon was.
What are we getting? Probably just that. Good. Yeah, pretty good, actually.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Is this? You characters I haven't played in a while? Yes. Just the one green, please. Just the one green, please. Don't fucking do this to me. There. Be good. Fire cold. Fire cold. But you've got strength and life, and this one has neither, and I need it all, so trash.
Good tidings to you. Timon?
Yeah. Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
Nice. Some life.
You with it until next time.
Go.
Alright, I think we're key Katava. We merged this over. Oops, why am I walking out here? We merged this over and put on the very fucking basic Hex Blast stuff. And we see how it goes with Hex Blast. Because I can only imagine in a private league, even if there's only like 40 or 50 of us, somebody will get me a profane proxy. Whether it's me or not, but somebody will get one pretty quickly. I don't think they're that rare. It's not that rare. Profane proxy. One of the few times where the use of the profane proxy ring is actually appropriate.
Just need a moment to.
Most of the time when you see people using profane proxy, they're using it in minion builds, and they absolutely fucking shouldn't be. This one, however, this is the correct use of profane proxy. It's really good. I think that one was pretty appropriate. I think using 2 is a little bit over the top. Devils can grab your ring pretty fast. You need both of those things. That isn't an either or heredity. You need some version of curse on hit and a profane proxy. You use it in the left or right? I don't think it actually matters, but I'm pretty sure you use it on the you stop the shock, because you already apply with Hex Blast both a stronger chill and a stronger shock anyway. So I'm pretty sure you just block the shock portion, because chill is defensive, and it would be better to have some things if you haven't hit them as they come in. It would be better to have them get chilled so that you have longer before they hit you, because you're already doing a chill and a shock anyway. You said Awaken spell cascading is fitting the fix this league, right? So bye bye Doom Blast. Yep. We've had no other updates on that. I half expected them to say, actually, we're going to make it so that Doom Blast is still fine, since it's not overpowered at all and it wasn't the target of that bug fix. But ever since they said, no, it's actually gone at the end of the league because of the bug fix, they haven't said anything else. They haven't done anything else to counter it or fix it or leave it as a playable build at all. So I think the build just dies via collateral damage, and then they're just not doing anything about it. It wasn't even intended. It's not even like they're trying to nerf it. It's literally collateral damage, and they're not doing anything about it as far as I can tell. Maybe in the patch notes that we get in a few days' time, maybe we'll read something in there that fixes it. Who knows? They're not doing it since technically that behavior was bugged? Yes. Technically that behavior was bugged. The design team might not know how to get around it. Literally just give curses more AoE. Like a significant amount more to counter the thing. That's it. That's all it is. Grab the curse AoE and add about 25 to 30% base AoE to it. It won't really make any difference to people who are self-cursing. The self-curse area is already large enough anyway that adding 30% to it won't really matter at all, and it'll make them work with spell cascade again. Alternatively, if you don't want that, if you don't want like base curses to have like 30% more AoE than they currently have, you could change the curse AoE nodes to be like 40% increase instead of 15% increase. I'd have to like specifically do the math to work out how much it needs, but I think it would be roughly 40 instead of 15. And they were nodes we were taking anyway. And then ta-da, fixed. It's really not a hard fix. Like, that's not one of those fucking, oh, how do we fix this? Like, it's pretty simple. Very minimal effort, that.
Balor, my best years were spent in the arms of another man's wife. Thanks, Mom.
That's funny. My best years were spent in her arms too.
May a new dawn arise.
It's a...
Doom Blast and Alliance supported skills have 50% increased area of effect. That actually wouldn't be enough. Because it would stack with all the rest of the increase that we already have. It would have to be something more along the lines of... Where's a curse? It would have to be something more along the lines of have 0.2 meters base radius so that we could scale off that. And it might... 0.2 might not be enough. It might be 0.3 or 0.4 or whatever. I don't know what the number would be to make it overlap properly again. But just 50% increase wouldn't do the trick. It needs base radius. It needs base radius to catch up, or insane amounts. So these... If these 15% areas were 40% areas instead, and then this 50% area was like 100, then that would work it. But either way, it's really not a hard fix. Like, it's a very, very, very simple fix. Also, failing intentionally is significantly worse.
Innocent, remember.
Hello there,
That's...
Needs us.
And also you got the question wrong. Because the question is supposed to be an AI passing a Turing test or failing it intentionally.
Go.
Oh, don't do that. What am I doing? I just killed the thing. Why am I back in this town? Why did I not just go? My brain reset 5 minutes into the past.
By the light of... Remember, we do this for freedom.
Slash passives. Oh, I missed 2. Oh, I missed 3? Impending Doom without Vixens. There are a few Impending Dooms without Vixens running around. They're all terrible. Significantly worse DPS. But also it's not Vixens that got nerfed. Right? It's the curse AoE. Also, like, it's the spell cascade. Also, more importantly, it just occurred to me, you cannot solve the problem by adding a line to the Impending Doom support, because it needs to support the other curses as well. It needs area. The area would need to affect all the curses in your build, not just the ones that are linked to Impending Doom. I didn't even do them? I didn't even do them? Why is Mark of Submission trash for the build? Yeah, it doesn't work with the traps, totems, mines. It only works for self-hits. Whereas the rings or the corrupted implicit on a glove does apply.
Not all murders are equal.
I do not know why.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
So I must have misheard. No, I want profane proxy, not mark of submission. This Empire class mines today. Just to start with. Just for the leveling, which I've already done, we're going to change into the most scuffed version of Hex Blast that I can put together in trade in just a moment. That damage looks silly. Oh, I'm level 68. I'm going back to complete quests that I missed. But the damage was still pretty silly anyway, but not that silly. I was like single rounding bosses most of the way though. Like any boss I could pre-lay on and I could just do that, throw down one trap and a brand and wait for him to spawn and then just be like, and every boss was just dead by the end of that. Just fucking gone. Just on my solo self-found league start full link gear. Does build have defense or is a glass cannon? I mean, it starts pretty squishy. But you can build the Dissolution of Flesh version. And that thing is, I don't want to say like super tanky, but like moderately tanky. Like an acceptable level of tanky. Not like Pathfinder shenanigans face tank uber bosses, but definitely enough to do uber bosses. And get nicked by things here and there and not die in uber fights. But not like face tank it, not like immortal or anything. Like I'll be able to get hit by one or two balls, but if I get hit by a third ball in the Searing X Arch, I probably die. Right? Like that level of like, it's okay. That's all right. But very, very high damage. And presumably very, very nice. Last second arrows of sloth is still prohibitive. I mean, I'm not planning on anything. There's a bunch of different ways you can take it, and it'll depend on what we can get hold of, because we'll be in a private league. If I can get hold of the Wrathspin shield and a fucking helmet from the thing, if I can get hold of rage gloves, I'll do a rage version. If I can get hold of fucking, you know, whatever drops for us, I'll build whatever version of it is appropriate for that. Right? Like that's just how it works. You have to work it like that if we're in a private league, right? I'm kind of skeptical on the transition the other day. That's just because I don't I don't know when I'll be able to do it, not whether or not I will want to do it. And that is the whole respec. That's all the respec that you actually need to do to get out of... Oh, no, not quite the whole thing. This bit as well. That's the whole respec to move from... Pyroclast to Hexblast. Which means you have enough refund points to do the whole thing when you get to maps. Like you can respec the whole thing. So that's quite nice. I like that. Then you can take the crit there. I would like to take more crit in lots more places, but I think you start with suppression. You get those nodes first. And then it's time to... The early mastery works for mines. Yeah. It's just hits have, not your hits have. If it was your hits have, it wouldn't, but it just says hits have, so it works for anything that isn't minions. So that'll work for totems, mines, and traps as well. Time to merge over to trade and scuff it over to Hexblast, but in not good gear. Not good gear, right? No, I had it for the lightning trap. Okay, so over here we have a minefield support. Oh no, I didn't pick up a Hex Blast. Uh-oh. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look at what the early game gear is supposed to look like. Alright, charge mine. We're keeping. I impact mine, we're keeping. I never picked up a Hex Blast. I'm gonna have to make sure I write that shit down. Gotta be leveling one of them in my offense.
Hello.
Gonna do Hex Blast. High impact mine support. What level are you? High impact mine support. What level are you? 31. So you were from library, which I just didn't do. So that's going to be a level 1 gem. Whoops.
Godslayer, good day.
Okay, so that would be the 4 link. Is it fair to think that we would have a 5 link by the time we hit maps in a private league? I'm going to say no. Pretty soon afterwards, but not immediately. I think it would be fair if I was like an 8-hour to maps person, right? Because we'll drop a lot of 5 links and be able to hand them out to other people. I don't expect that I'll be the first person to maps or anything like that, but I will be quick enough that we'll be the people supplying the 5 links to people, not having them given to us, right? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I might not be the first person, but I am going to be in the first wave of people hitting maps. So, okay, so we're going to start with that. Detonate. Outside areas is not worth it for the potential 6 link. They are for anyone who isn't #1 speedy boys. If you're making it 2 maps in like under 6 hours, where we'll be there in about 5. You probably shouldn't stop to do side areas. If it's taking you 7 or 8, you could probably start stopping around. I wouldn't stop till around Blood Aqueducts to do side areas, because I don't think they're high enough level to bother. But from then on, it's worth doing some to get some 5 and 6 links. What's your times to map solo? Like 6.5 hours. In a group, 5. Okay, so what else do I need to do? I need to buy a profane proxy. Assuming that we will get one from somebody at some point. Pro proxy. Where the hell did you get up there for? How are you not down here, bud? Come on, you just put that up 15 minutes ago. Any profane proxy, please. I'm gonna hand you my gear. I don't want good gear. I just need any curse on hit ring and a profane proxy. I don't want good gear. I want to be scuffed, because that's the experience I will actually have. Check the Teflon tab in guild. Hey, a profane proxy. That's fine. I got one. And so I need any curse on hit ring for either flammability or conductivity. Is it? No, flammability or frostbite, is it? One of those two, right? Flammability, either flammability or frostbite, not conductivity. Right. Also, I screwed up my respec a little bit. You have to remember this because you need to have dual curse, right? Plexia, afternoon. So you have to have dual curse. They go around that side. Does the AoE of the curse matter? Yeah, because it's coming off the skitterbot. It does matter. Okay. A person? Can I steal a curse on hit ring, please? Ah, good. It's also not great. That's kind of exactly what I'm after. That's a pretty reasonable ring. Right? It's got a res roll and some dex. It's on a nice base. That's exactly what I'm after. 1 res roll and some dex. That's perfect. I'm gonna need more int, apparently. fucking you'll do for that. Those rings are expensive early. Oh, they're only expensive early because people don't know how to make them themselves. In most cases, for most of these rings, there are very, very, very few caster tagged modifiers. So to make early influence caster curse rings, you just reforge caster at the harvest bench and you'll hit curse like 1 out of 3 or 4 times. Like, it's super easy to make. The other thing is early delving. Any fire or any cold node is about 50% likely to drop you a curse on hit ring per node. Right? Like literally like 50% chance to drop you one of those rings like right away. All of my gear is bad. Wait, you have bad gear? Are you legitimately not playing this anymore? That's too good for me. I don't want to steal that. That's too good for me. I don't want to steal that. That's too good for me. I don't want to steal that. Basically, I think I want to steal your belt. I wouldn't mind stealing the Sandstorm Visage just for a little bit later testing. Or the Cloak of Flame for a little bit later testing. If you're not playing at all. Like if I'm not ever taking anything away from you you're going to use again, I will take both of those and put them in my stash for testing higher level things. What kind of DPS numbers do you expect without Visage? I actually have no idea. Yeah, stuff. No, I don't want... I mean, I guess. I'm not going to use most of this. It's all too good gear. That's all later testing too good gear for now. The belt... Why have you got decent gear everywhere? And what looks like an early mapping tier, like white tier belt. Like, this thing's got 99% spell damage and 100% spell crit on it. It's really nice. That's the Visage. There's a well-rolled Profane Proxy. There's some good boots. Great gloves with implicits done. Pretty mediocre wand, actually. The wand is pretty average. But like, you've got some like decent gear, and then you've got this belt that looks like it came from white maps. It's just really, it really throws you off a little bit with the rest of the set being like pretty decent. And then just that belt that looks like it was like essenced off the floor. Okay, so what curse do I need to put in here? So you've got flammability. So Ellie Weak goes in here. Did I put on the right spot? Shocking aura on the right ring slot. Yeah, that's what we want. So Ellie Weak goes in there. Is that it? No, because I can't really use Herald of Ash for anything. Let's see what auras they run. Cemeteries on a thing. Well, I need a 25 of some kind.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh, it's just because there's fire on my wand. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so this is scuffed starter setup. This ring, I know it's an influenced ring, but there's nothing on it, right? It's not like rolled super well or anything. So we're looking at build a large and medium cluster for later. Yeah, sure. Just in case. So we're not looking at good gear. We're looking at like basically the shit I would start maps with if somebody found a profane proxy. And this ring just being like a delve ring, right? It's just there for the cuss, right? What else would I try and fix? Too much lightning, not enough cold. I would just try and get more cold res than that. Oh my god, really? Ta-da, cold res. Cold res and nothing. Yep. Off we go then.
Good tidings to you.
So, how does this really work in super scuffed gear on only a 4-link? That's the new question.
Long day.
Oh, you don't actually have to do this, right? I was like running here to do the intro quest, but I actually just have a map device because I merged to trade. My bad. Maps. Boom, first map. Oh no, it's Elked. Haven't even done Merc Lab yet. This is proper scuffed. Don't even have shield charge.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Well, I don't love Minefield. That less mine throwing speed is rough. Actually feels quite weak just because of the mine throwing speed. Like it's hitting hard. honestly, first map in. First map in is pretty fucking alright.
Kill it, exile, quickly. I
6 out of the next days of Deadeye. Yeah,
Get your
But there's
magic
a
find
bunch of-
characters ready.
don't get me wrong, I love Deadeye, but there's like a bunch of different skills that do 6-hour edicts archers from the people
Howdy
who are
all.
good.
Welcome to another shitty message from me, TF Muller.
Dear Muller, thank you for the 6-7 month resub. What if... Where did Swift go? Wait. Had that. Hang on. Interesting. There's a lot of 7 hours and only a few 6. Armageddon brand. Summon Raging Spirits as a guardian. And bow lightning arrow. And then there's like 25 other examples of like 7-hour ones. Whatever, that's the same. 6 hours, 7 hours, I don't care. That's close enough for me. Who's taking a mortal call includes duration. Why Infernal Legion? Why do you need the burning? Doesn't Hex Blast already just burn? Ailment. More damage with hits if enemy is affected. More damage with ailments. All damage can ignite, freeze, and shock. Yep. Investing Inspiration Zealotry. That's fine. Your wand is also surprisingly bad. But it does have wand throwing speed on it. Can I wear that? No. Do my gear? No, I want scuffed gear, which is what I'm currently running. Like proper scuffed gear. It's driving you nuts. Yeah. Shouldn't be hanging out in my hideout. Should be back in a map. It drives you back into a map faster. It's like the most pay to win thing ever.
Is watching.
I meant a wand with some throwing speed is what I meant.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Because the one thing about this is how slow it is to throw your mines. I'm going to want as much mine throwing speed as I can possibly get. Whether it's the best stat or not, I'm going to want all of it. Oh my god, it is. It's the mines. It's trying to detonate the mines? But it can't detonate mines unless there are mobs nearby? And so it just makes that tick noise over and over again, attempting to detonate. It's an audio cue that you're shooting blanks? I have a feeling I'm going to have to turn combat sounds down if I play this. Geometric wolf shirt. It's been 2 days. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end.
Until the stream right now. I think if I just turn combat sounds down a little bit, it's a lot quieter than all the rest of the effects were. That's now so quiet. If there was like any music playing, you'd never hear it.
An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. Such resilience. Only one of your lessons
Just need
was
a moment.
complete.
Go for December human using your link. Ooh. So I think I can look those things up, but I have no control over like delivery times or anything like that. Like I actually can't even see the orders individual people make. I can see what's been ordered and how much they paid for it, but I can't see who ordered it, what their order numbers are, where their order is, where it's shipping to, anything like that. I don't get access to all that information for privacy reasons. So all I get to see is this shirt got sold, this mug got sold, this thing got sold, but I don't get any more information than that for like privacy reasons, because otherwise I would have a lot of your information, which I'm just not allowed to have. So if there's like a problem with the order or anything like that, it all has to go by the Design by Humans site. For privacy stuff, I don't get access to any of that information at all. All I get is these items were sold on these days. That's it. That's all I know. Slightly inconvenient when like somebody wants to know about their order and I can't help them. But overall, I think that's a pretty good system, because I don't know if you'd want individual content creators to have access to all your personal data. That I wouldn't do anything with it because I'm not that kind of person, but that sounds like a dodgy practice. If I had access, that'd be pretty dodgy, right? So I get sales records and that's it. This was sold then, that was sold then, this is how many have been sold. That's it, that's all I've got.
A locked door merely encourages curiosity. Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door.
When you mean like now?
Let
Yeah.
the day dawn.
You still have to do that now if you want to turn off combat sounds. They literally don't have an option to turn off combat sounds in game. They have an option to turn combat sounds all the way down to 0 so you can't hear them. But mechanically, they still all play, and all of the like performance problems that the sound engines in this game causes, they still happen because it's still locating and playing every single sound file just at 0 volume. So you can't hear it, but it's still taking all the normal power that it normally would have.
Catch my breath.
You still have to turn it off in the config files. There's no, they don't have support to turn it off. Yeah, you change the config.ini to false instead of 0, and then it turns off. It's just funny.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation.
To entertain doubt.
Beckons to dance, and the world attends. Failure is an illusion. You were born for this. This
Honestly, full
empire
length, pretty good
remains
damage.
filled with emperors in waiting.
Picked up gold or weapons on the Steam sale. Super fun. Nice. Nice. It is really good. Alright, but what MTXs do you have available for this? Oh, just that one. I mean, technically it's on sale, but it's literally worse than the normal version. I would rather have the purple. I'm actually not gonna buy it. It's amazing. Get it? It's absolutely not. Other than it like completely covering your screen in an even more cancer than the normal one does. It also just is fire instead of purple, which is like a worse color. Purple is clearly the best color. Okay, so mine throwing speed everywhere. Violet is the best color. Violet is just a brand of purple. Don't be picky. That's actually the sick answer to get now. I mean, you can what? Amulet and weapon can have them crafted. And then jewels? Is that like it? You can essence trap throwing speed onto a belt. Can you essence anything but mines onto a belt? This is the one that confuses me. Sure, make it deal significantly less damage. That's fine. Not this one, this one. You want to make it deal less damage, that's fine. But why do less mine throwing speed instead? Like that's horrendous. I really dislike support gems that are like important enough to need, but negatively affect the quality of life of a skill, not its damage. Like making its quality of life, its smoothness
An
worse.
aspirant can afford
As a
to be
support gem
promising.
doesn't make sense to me.
Emperor must keep those promises. You must navigate your empire through troubled waters.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Balor, I am thankful that I'm off my 8-hour time in a half day and for the content you
Your
put out.
destination is more
Hey.
dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
Nervious Grande. I give it a 14-month resub. Did a PvE2 trailer? I did. Now listen. This is real nice for defense. Who gives a fuck? Give me it. Give me it. Give me it. Wait. Damage penetrates 10% of elemental resistance against chilled enemies. That doesn't work for us. We don't care about pen for Hex Blast, right? I mean, it's fine. It's still going to be crit multi. But we don't care about pen for Hex Blast, right? It uses the resistance that is the lowest. Chaos damage with hit is resisted by the lowest resistance instead. Yes? So we care about cursing them, combustioning them if we're doing flammability, exposing them, things like that to lower their resistances. But we don't care about pen for elementals at all. We want to lower their resistances, but not penetrate them. Oh, it's the first time I've not wanted to penetrate them in a while. Wait, hang on. What? Sorry? Excuse me? Can't depend on lowered resistance. Well, it doesn't deal. Really? I have things for sale? Sure. 10 divines? Sure. So it still does chaos damage. So I imagine Chaos Pen might still work. I don't actually know if Chaos Pen would still work, to be honest. Huh. Sure. All yours, bud. Whatever, I'll add it to my pile. There you go. Okay. Show me a few more white maps, please. Let's grab one of them. Let's grab one of those. Huh? What teaser? Do you want to watch it again? I want to watch it again.
20 years abandoned hasn't altered this place at all. No amount of gold is worth this. Oh, shit! Killing time!
Alright, we're gonna go over this again for anyone who is missed it when we were over it the first time. Few things that stand out to me. One, fuck me, the environment looks fantastic. Holy balls. This is like a new game. This is like a new engined game. This is like how games look now instead of how games looked 20 fucking years ago. Probably closer to 10. Anyway, not the point. This is like good.
20 years abandoned.
Second thing that stands out, this is the third time we've seen a trailer or a teaser where they walk really, really, really fucking slow at the beginning. And I hope that that's not a thing we're locked into. Please, God damn it, don't do that.
Hasn't altered this place at all. No amount of gold is worth this. Oh, shit!
Then he swears right there, which I love. And then he shoots one way and walks backwards another way without turning around. Interesting.
Killing time!
Same here. Same here. He's shooting forward and walking backwards. You can't do that with a mouse. I don't understand. Is this WASD movement? Is this a controller support with two different thumbsticks? What's going? How are you doing that? And then the third thing that sticks out, and this is the first thing I noticed, and we'll get this in before the ad starts in a second. All right? Everyone listen real close. I'm going to turn off the visual so you can't see it. I hear a shotgun and then a machine gun.
Killing time!
I'm going to play it again.
Oh, shit! Killing time!
Screen's black first. I know, I turned the visual off so you could just listen. So you could just listen. It sounds like a shotgun and then a machine gun. Anyway, yeah, that's the trailer. That's the little teaser we got. That's it. Hello, Mr. Streamer. It's my first league. Somebody just gave me 100 div after quitting. I now have 140 divines. Head under a 2-slot mage blood or other. Depends on what you're playing. Depends on what you're doing. 2-slot mage bloods are usually not very useful. That's why they're so cheap.
Hail, Godslayer. Hail, Godslayer.
Hail, God Slayer. That's me. I slayed the gods. That throw speed's going to be awkward to get used to. That's definitely going to be the biggest thing to overcome in this build. Get enough throw speed for it to actually feel good. because of the ring or is the skin? It just looks that way because of the ring. If I get to a point where there are no mobs, you'll see only one of them looks like that. See how the other one just looks normal? Because that's a curse aura that he's got on. And if I swap the rings around, the other one looks like that.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I mean, this is pretty fucking reasonable to be for early maps. Like, this is super scuff. Right, I don't even have a 5th link.
Not all murders are
Like-
equal.
Like, I just got to maps and we're okay. The chill is kind of amazing too. Like the freezes and whatnot. I wonder what BalorMage is thankful for. Fucking everything. No more exercise? Nah, it murdered me. Like, I'm pretty thankful that I get to spend most of my time doing this. Did you do more than one day? No. I couldn't walk. I couldn't get up off the floor. I actually, like, legitimately I had to call for help to get up off the floor. Okay, this is pretty good. I think I could play this. This is so much better than the thing I was leveling with. I think this is so much better than the thing I was leveling with. And the thing I was leveling with already felt pretty good. And this is just better. Yeah, Pyroclast. I was leveling with Pyroclast and it was pretty good. You can even up pseudo, I think. So you can put a blasphemy on instead of the this ring, but you still need another form of curse on hit on top of that. You can put a blasphemy on instead of the ring temporarily, and you need a curse on hit somewhere else as well. Corrupted gloves, rings, that weapon that gives you the flammability, anything works. Just a curse on hit.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Hi. Hello. The same experience as like idiots about it, literally crumpled to the floor and couldn't move for like 20 minutes. All right, so people at the end of the day where I was doing the workout wheel saw me struggling. Like I had to like crawl back over to my chair and use it to help me get back up and whatnot. But they saw me like walk over to do an exercise and like my legs give way under me and I had to like really carefully walk back, and that's when I stopped. 10 minutes after stream that day, I went to go to the toilet, and then I went to the toilet. I didn't make it out of the bathroom. After that, I went to go wash my hands, washed my hands. That was fine. And then I went to walk out of the bathroom, and both of my legs just collapsed out from under me. And then I spent about 10 minutes trying to get up. Couldn't get off the floor. Laughing my ass off the whole time, by the way. Hilarious. Hilarious. Could not get up off the floor. Ended up having to do this little butt scoot really slowly out of my bathroom all the way down the hallway to the bottom of the stairs so that I could yell upstairs to where other people were so that somebody could come down and help me get up. That's how bad my muscles were. They actually failed. They failed. They stopped working. It was hilarious. I was laughing the whole time. My mum was laughing the whole time. She was laughing while she had to help me get up. She was laughing when she had to help me walk to my room. The whole time laughing at me, and should have been. It was fucking hilarious. God of Weapons is the thing they were talking about for that. I was crawling to his Lambo like that, but I wasn't fucked up. I was just, my muscles were broken. I just got here. Why was that funny? Because I didn't injure myself. I overworked out to the point of failing my muscles on stream. There wasn't an injury. I didn't hurt myself. I worked out so hard my legs stopped working. And that's why it's funny.
The mother of death did not.
Since when does Reinrod accept
don't do well
He may
with
stab
boredom.
you in the back too.
Let's scrap. In a quarter. I am sorry.
I really do.
Okay.
Not pretty. Ooh, that's not pretty.
I choose.
Oh, no.
At least it was for a good cause.
Keep your word.
I mean, the
or
cause
lose
was
your
just...
head. Who wins?
The cause was just the Subfest thing. We turned it on for the Subfest. And you know what? We made like just under 60 subs in a day, which in the third league is the third, like in the towards the end of a league is like unheard of. I was under 300. So I'm not against it. You think even a god of stream could see me now? Honestly, I wanted mum to go get a camera and record me struggling to make a video out of it because I thought it was hilarious. And she was like, "You can't do that."
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
For a minute, she's like, "Aren't you embarrassed?" And then before I even answered, she went, "Never mind." Because she knows I've never been embarrassed in my life. You're like, "Aren't you embarrassed?" No.
More than brawn to beat us.
Not at all. This is fucking hilarious. What do you mean? Embarrassed?
Save some for me, big man. You smelly, rotten bunch. I don't want to die again.
Over, Reinrod.
Just do it.
Very messy. I just can't. Bye-bye. You kill someone to make new friends, it is.
Cool wins.
Okay, this works really well.
Blessings.
Imagine if you did OnlyFans. I don't have to imagine. I put actually a lot of time and thought into whether or not I should do OnlyFans. The answer is there's no market for it. I wouldn't make any money and it wouldn't be worth the time. That's the only reason it doesn't exist. not enough people would want to see that. Make it worth the amount of time it takes. The number is greater than 0. There would be some people, but not enough. We've got up in this build Hex Blast. I'm following loosely a video done by Palstron this league. I don't have my own guide or anything. This is the first time I've messed with it. I'm like testing it for a potential league start for me this league. Just want to see how it all works. Any number more than 0 is still money. Yes. But I already spend all of the time I have making content. So if I add more content in, it comes away from other content until I make enough that I can quit my job and then get all that time back. So making a little tiny bit of money is not worth. Are you going to take a 30% cut? I mean, that's less than Twitch. Okay. We're close enough to 400 quit. First of all, we're 50 away from 400, and only because of the exercise thing. And 400 needs to be the minimum, not the average. Like, it needs to never fall below 400. Like the deadest league where it's extended to 4 months and it's like long and awkward, it needs to never fall below 400. Not average 400. 400 needs to be the minimum. Basically, as soon as I maintain 400 for 6 months, I will immediately, on that 6 month, quit my job. What do you do outside of Twitch? I got a really good dead-end job. I do dispatch and receiving for a metalwork shed. Most of the time I'm just driving a forklift around. It's not what I did for a career. It's just what I do now. But it's fine. It's good. They only make me work in the mornings. It's only part-time, so I do about 30 hours a week. And they let me take off 10 days every league start. Whenever the league start is, I schedule 10 days off. They do not pay very well, but they're nice people to work for. They understand the position that I'm in and that their job is not my priority. And they don't make me work overtime, and they don't make me come in on weekends, and they don't make me come in the afternoon, which is when I should be streaming. So the pay is low, but it covers the gap between making content and paying bills. Nah, so the pay was decent offered in the ad, I don't know, a year and a half, 2 years ago. But I didn't lie to them. I told them everything straight up front. I was like, look, this is a secondary thing. I need to bridge between my own business and paying bills. And then I will only be available in the mornings. I never want to do overtime ever. And once every 3 months, I'm going to ask for 10 days off in a row. And it's not an ask. I'll be taking 10 days off in a row, whether you like it or not. That is the way it'll be. Because that's my priority, not this job. And most interviews that I went for were kind of just not okay with that. They were just like, no. And this place was like, okay, but we're not going to pay you what we were offering in the ad with all those restrictions and everything. So here's a lower pay that's at the lower end of what that job would entail, but we're happy with all of your stipulations. And I was like, you know what? Bet, I'll do it. Let's go. So that was the price I paid for all of my like stipulations that I put on it and time constraints and whatnot, was that I don't get paid very much per hour, but fair enough.
Finally! Come on!
Oh, whoops. Ahem. Okay, what did I do with my Swift Affliction? Not Swift Affliction. Not Trap and Mine damage. My, Swift Assembly. I want to try it instead of Minefield real quick. Don't know what I did with it, so we'll just get a new one.
What little help I can offer. God hasn't abandoned us.
Oh yeah, that Hex Blast is also only level 14. It only requires level 58 on level 71. So this is truly like the worst it could have been, provided you get the curse. And it's still doing pretty damn good. We'll see how it goes with Swift though. Oh, you've got to put detonate in your left click again. God damn it. I always forget that. Every time you change gems, detonate goes away from your left click, and then you walk into a map and nothing happens. You just stand there and no, nothing dies.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Wait, why would you use the detonate gem? Well, this is better. I think you just use Swift until you get enough trap throwing speed for Minefield to not feel trash. This is so much better. I get to throw less traps, obviously, but like... But like, it's fine. I think I'll just stick with Swift instead of Minefield. As it feels way better. Oh. Okay. Oops. I hate things like that and multi-threading lock in place. Yeah. I think I can definitely get enough mine throwing speed to make me change over to Minefield. And I'm sure it's better. But we can just start while we don't have the throwing speed. We can just start with Swift Assembly. Damage is still fine. Takes a second longer to throw out all your mines. And you only get 20 instead of 24. It's definitely like less damage, but it's less damage but faster. So we'll stick with that for sure. Stick with that for sure. So this blasphemy setup is how they run without the rings, right? Or without the skitterbot ring. It's the blasphemy setup, which is fine. Is it a 4-link? Yeah. Why would you test early maps in something more than a 4-link? It's not just a 4-link. I also just bought Hexblast from a vendor. So it's like, should be level 17 and it's level 15. Seems to be working quite well. I think I'm happy with that. I'm here to 5. I'm using a trash 5 link. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you ever hit yellow maps still in a 4 link. Maybe sometimes if you're solo self-found and you get screwed, but in a group league with enough of us there, even if there's only 20 or 30 of us there, we'll have enough 5 links. It's only 195 days until the PoE 2 beta. That is too early to start a countdown. In fact, I would argue that that is 95 days too early to start a countdown. I would like to hear about it when there's 100 days remaining. Alright. I need to make a coffee. I'll be back in just a second. Time for the dreaded righteous fire enough. It's not happening. Yeah, no, it's not happening. RF has never been strong enough to nerf. And it's never been weak enough to not play. It's one of the safest skills you can do. It's good enough, but not good. All the time. Which I think is probably a good thing. That there's skills that are like good enough.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
All right. This is pretty fucking good for a scuffed gear full length. And I already know that this can do like real good damage later on. So we don't even need to test like min-max versions of this. Tested it without the proxy. I don't think there's any reason to even bother. Like, yeah, you can do the blasphemy thing. And I'm sure it's fine. But you know what else is fine? Just the thing I started with. That was fine. Why force the switch early? Just wait till you get a proxy. I didn't actually test it without the proxy. I leveled with the other thing, right? And it was fine. There's a hex. Hex is always on. As long as you know that it's fine. Yeah, I know it can be played and that it would be fine. But it's not as good as this. And I just feel like, why would I not just keep playing? Why bother changing? Why not just keep playing the thing I was playing that was working really well until I get a profane proxy? I'm sure we'll find, like, as a group, we'll find a profane proxy probably on day one. They're not that rare. And oh, okay. Fucking dude hurts. Ah. That essence hurts. I am in very, very, very scuffed gear. Like, there's no life on practically everything I own, which is fine. Which brings me to the question. How much investment do you really need to just poison them? You do scuffed gear testing, the worst I've ever seen. I mean, this is the stuff I had when I leveled to maps in Solo Self-Found. It's not like I designed this scuffed gear. This is what I had. I transferred over to trade and I got the profane proxy and a curse on hit ring so that I would have the ability to do things, and then that's it. Everything else is literally from the campaign. Just saying you're going too scuffed. I mean, but this isn't even scuffed. This is actually just reality. Like this is this is literally what you have when you finish the campaign, plus a profane proxy. Like my gear is not, it's not intentionally more scuffed than it should be. It's literally the gear you start maps in. I would argue that if you're putting more on your league start test than what I've got here, yeah, we're not doing those spins, actually, by the way. I would say if you put any more on it, you're actually being disingenuous because this is literally what you have. Just too high anyway. Yeah, you can get plenty of flat damage on weapons. You don't need the rebuke. What league is this? It's Sentinel, but I just merged. Not Sentinel. Ancestor, but I just merged off Solo Self-Found, which is what I was for the test. Scream, the struggle, the shock. Wish Blast from the past lasted a few weeks. If I could have played Sentinel for a few weeks, I'd have been very excited. So now my question is, why is no one doing this as poison? Like we're right here. Like we're right there. And we're right here. I was wondering, Culted version is doing poison? Pathfinder version, you say? The Pathfinder version, you say? Ah, do we have any examples of the Pathfinder version? Off to PoE Ninja to see if there's a Pathfinder version that's good. Well. Sure. Well, that's quite good for day 4. That's quite good for day 3. That's one way to get Ellie weak. Still crit. No Herald of Agony. No poison wheels. It's still just crit. Will this still increases chaos damage? Yeah, it's just that we're next to the 2 wheels that you need, and we could take the mastery. Like, I'm just looking at... Like, let's just count. 15. 25. Just damage there. It's 25% chance to poison. Oh, this one. Already got it. 35% chance to poison. 45, 50% chance to poison. Enemies poisoned have -5 res. 70% chance to poison. It's just so few extra points to get full poison. And the only thing you're not running is Unbound Ailments. I mean, Crit Strikes, I guess. Doesn't support poison. So I'm not talking about going full poison. I'm talking, can you shoehorn poison in on top of it being a normal build and have that also be worth it? Like, is it so little investment to get 100% poison, and so much of our damage scaling is just generic mines, which is going to affect the poison, and chaos, which is going to affect the poison, that like for just a few points you can get poison cap? And is that a relevant amount? Not right now, it's not. Active mines is 23. And it's just X-Blast, Shock and Chill, max effect. Chaos damage with hits, all damage can ignite, freeze, and shock. So it's all of it. So advantages of Pathfinder. Obviously flasks. 25% chance to conflict wither on hit, that's just wither cap. 50% increased effective wither, which is 6% increased chaos damage taken per stack. 50% increased effect of that is 3 per stack, so 45% increase. What do you really get here? I mean, you get crit. 80% crit, 40 multi, really nice. AoE blind, also pretty nice. This is just 10% regen, immune to shock ignite, it's good. This is the biggest thing you lose. This is the biggest thing you lose. 150% increased effect of aura from your mines, which with high impact mine is 2% chance to deal double damage with hits against nearby enemies. Well, that's 150% increase makes that, instead of 2%, it's 5% per mine. 5% chance to deal double damage. You put 20 mines down, that's 100%. This gets you 15 times 3. So you're looking at 45% more all the time here. Oh my god, I'm beaten in the game of love and I calm down. Poisons you inflict during flasks have a 20% chance to deal 100% more damage. The answer is it's good enough, but not good enough for you. That's a... most people's threshold to what makes a good build is significantly lower than yours. Significantly. Moving slow and doing no damage. No, it's just their threshold for dying a lot is a lot lower than yours. They can die more often. Their threshold for moving slow, this is not that slow. 81% movement speed on a league start is not slow. That's average speed. You would consider it a joke. That's average speed. That's not slow and not fast. Whereas you look at 150 and you're like, why is it so slow? 150 for most people is like very, very fast. Movement speed is a flask and 30% movement speed. Yes. And that is the average amount of speed expected. That is not slow. Not by most people's your standards are like here. And everyone else's standards are like here. Right? Look, the first reaction to that is, where are you even going to get 30% movement speed boosts when you first get to maps? See the reaction? Your standards are up here. It's not a you problem when it comes to builds you're looking at. It becomes a you problem when you're trying to tell like other people this is trash, you shouldn't do it, that's way too slow. Nope, just for your playstyle, not for other people's. But other people's can do way more options with much lower expectations. Yes, which is the problem Diggs comes up with. He can't find himself playing anything that isn't a Deadeye. Because he's like, I've only got 150% movement speed. It's so trash. I need to get to 200. I should be doing 200% movement speed. And so he's limited to like almost no options because his expectations are so high. Which is fine for him. He doesn't need to change the way he plays. That's fine for him. It's just not, let's not like that for everyone, right? At what point in the league should I be looking to swap to crit? Probably playing a Spark Inquisitor. If you're playing a Spark Inquisitor, you're pretty much guaranteed to have to change to crit by the time you can do Uberlap. Because you're going to grab these two and that one. This is going to start you on the crit train, but you might not necessarily have enough to go crit yet. By the time you can do Uberlab, you really need to be crit. You really need to be crit by the time you're doing Uberlab, otherwise this Ascendancy does nothing. And with the help of this one, it shouldn't be too hard. I'm usually looking, if I'm playing a build like that, Misty, I'm usually looking at going crit the moment I get access to my first 6 link, because then I can use a crit strike support as well. And you're usually up here, so you have to beat elemental overload, which generally, loosely, very loosely, without being specific, it's a little hard to beat elemental overload without a few more levels and a 6 link, because you want to use the crit support to begin with until you get really good gear. And you don't want to put crit support in when you're only on a 5 link in a lot of cases. Depends on what you get, right? Like if you happened upon a weapon and a shield that both have 100% crit rating on them, and you're using a skill like Spark that has a 6% base crit, and you run out of like easy damage nodes and you're like, oh, I gotta start taking crit nodes, you might do it on a 5 link. Overall, I want to be crit capped by Uberlab. You don't need to be crit capped to be crit. You just need changing to crit to be more damage than having elemental overload is. Elemental overload gives you 40% more damage. If changing to crit gives you 10% more damage than elemental overload does, change and then continue improving from there. Often it's as low as 50 or 60% crit. And that's like in combat, not in your tooltip. That's like in combat with your charges up and your flask on and everything. It's quite often around 50 or 60 that crit will be better. You still want to cap it out. You always want to crit cap, but you don't need to before crit's better than elemental overload. It's actually a pretty easy math equation, right? If your crit multi is 200 and you crit 50% of the time, then that's 50% more damage than EO would. And then EO gives you 40% more damage. So you would win. Right? At 50% crit with 200 multi, crit is better by 10% than elemental overload is. It's actually real easy math. You can get that down lower too. Like if you've taken a few crit wheels and you find your crit multi at 300, right? Your crit multi's at 300, but your crit chance is only at 40. 40% of the time you deal triple damage. What's better? That's better here. That's already better, right? You doing by week 1, buddy? Oh, you stopped. That's not a good sign. Oh, and then you became something entirely different. Why would you name it Nads hair removal on something you're not supposed to put in your nads? That doesn't sound right. It doesn't, it's true. %81 saboteur when you just look at Hex Blast. I think maybe I shouldn't Pathfinder. I'm sorry, is there a chieftain? Hang on. What the fuck are you? This is an Ignite self-cast Hex Blast build with Death's Oath on. What are you doing? Black Flame, so he's making his Ignites into Chaos. What are you doing? What is this? Through that link? The all-round lemon. He knew what was up before he started. This guy knew what was up before he started. The all-round lemon. Yo, I can't laugh at him too much. I made a poisoned flame blast ignite totem pathfinder. So like, you know, I mean, do whatever you want to do, I guess. You find a burning damage version before a poison version? Well, I just had to click on Chieftain to see what the Chieftain guy was doing. I had to. What are the Inquisitors doing? Oh, I'm saying no one's ever looked at a nutsack and been like, what a good, nice, photogenic nutsack. That's also true. There's a good point past Baylor. Okay, I mean, I do love this. Oh, and he's got both of those stats. So he doesn't need minefield, he just drops 3 mines all the time. He just drops 3 mines every single throw. So he gets to replace it with Spellblade support. Yeah. Before? I don't actually know. Like, you're wondering, does he have 9k energy shield or does he have half of that because Energy Blade is stealing it, right? I actually don't know. What's half of that? Ninja doesn't account. All right, so that's his full amount of energy shield before you use Energy Blade to steal half of it. So he's only got 4.5k ES. That's interesting. Here's an interesting take on Hex Blast. Let's have a look. Oh, I love it already. I love it already. This is actually one of the versions I was looking at. Or at least the Rage setup was. Rage, Dissolution, and Rasp. Yeah. Fire Pen? It's similar to Lance's. Yeah, Lance's is the version that, after having a look into them, that I think I would want to try and transition into somehow. Maybe. Are the compression gloves? Yes, these are compression gloves. I even have a link to them at !gloves. The rest is the hard one. Yeah. Yeah, that one's gonna be... I'm not expecting to get it. I'm prepared. I know about the change to do this if it happens. But yeah, it's tier 2. Yeah, but it should happen at some point, but I might have moved on from the build by then. Oh, did you see the, I don't know if you saw, Diggs.
Heart. I have character. I have the power
Get
to
your magic
pick
phone
children.
characters ready.
Okay. Wimui? Nailed it. Able to 5 gifted subs. I don't know if you saw, Diggs, the rarity of every unique in the game was cracked. There's like a spreadsheet and everything that's got everything done. Almost all of it is exactly how I felt or thought it was, but there's a few small surprises, like this shield I also thought was tier 1. It's not, it's tier 2. So yeah, a few surprises. But there's every unique in the game listed by rarity. I do like this version. There's a fucking elementalist? BalorMage, Martyr of the Innocents. It's Ignite, right? And self-cast? Yeah. Ring of Polaric Devastation. Yeah, okay. This is a 2-button build. He needs to cast Flammability, self-cast, and then cast Hex Blast. We're not doing that. Right, so there's some occultists. Some occultists in the millions, but they're like ZDPS, not ZDPS. They're like ZHP builds. Glass cannons, yeah. I don't mind if my character dies a decent amount early, right? Like early dying a decent amount is fine. I care that my character eventually becomes moderately tanky. I can handle dying a bunch in the first few days while I like sort it out, right? That's fine. But if I'm squishy as fuck forever, like I could never run a build like this. Like, I just can't do it.
You could do so. You want.
Yeah, judging by just looking at this, it's a sab the whole way. It's a sab the whole way, right? Like there's no way. The only version of it that looks okay as not a sab is this Scion version, which is not League Start capable. It's this Spellblade style shit with like 14k life and 14k energy shield. This is not something we do. What does Hex Blast look like on day 3? Was never Hex Blast. 90% Saboteur on day 3. Now you've still got your highest DPS people being occultists, but they're all like 2k life versions. Although the fucking Sabs only have 3k. Except this guy who's got 5k life on day 3 at level 100. Oh, he did this thing. Yeah. Is that your ads? Oh yeah. I didn't install an ad blocker this time. I probably should. Trade League day 3 Mage Blood isn't super unreasonable. Ninja anyways, and a few sites I allow. Nah, I would rather support and do through the Patreon and then just block ads. I won't block ads if I'm not giving you money other ways, because I don't like stealing. But if I can just give you money directly, like through Patreon, then I'll block your ads because I'm giving you some money. Oh, everyone should be using an ad blocker. I should be. I just haven't installed one yet. I should be. But I always whitelist things like YouTube and Twitch and whatnot. You should have. I shouldn't be seeing this sort of shit though. Yeah, I don't know if that's... I don't know if that impossible escape is worth it. It's taking a 30 int node and a fucking... Use ghostery when you do install... What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a tattoo. You're right. It's a tattoo. It's a +1 level tattoo. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. That's definitely a tattoo. That's definitely worth it. From this person, the other option was a lock. I hope you took the lock. Yeah. Only love you. It's a throwback. I mean, it's fucking +2, right? Just +2? No, it's got a hex tag. Really? That's a +4 belly. I'd put a belly on for +4. Does plus curse work for hex? Yes. Curse is like the umbrella term, and then hex or mark, which are both under the curse heading. But +2 curse works. Yeah, the list of people who can get 2 void stones in 6 hours can be reasonably counted. It's not high. Reasonably counted on one hand? No, it's definitely more than your hand's worth. It's definitely more than your hand's worth. It's not like it's more than 10, but it's not. It's not. I would be surprised if it's more than 100. Also, Diggs's point is another really good point there. It is a completely different skill to acquire a mage blood in 3 days than it is to race to Eater and Exarch in 6 hours. Those are different. I can't make it out of the map, out of the fucking leveling process on my own in 6 hours. But if I start a league with the intent of having a mage blood, I can probably do that in 3 days if that's my explicit goal. Because I know the market, I can trade, I can craft, I know what I'm doing. Right? Those are different skill sets. The list of people who can do both, that's probably counted on your hands. The list of people who could do both, getting to Eater and Exarch in 6 hours and also reliably getting a mage blood in 3 days, that's a fucking small list. That's like making it to the Olympics in 2 different sports. Like, that's not, there's not gonna be a lot of people. This one is going to be, I feel like this is going to be my hardest piece to get during the private league. Actually, Sandstorm Visage, I think that's going to be my hardest bit to get. Been a long week for me. How has work been? But like this is how you go from a, what is it, 4% base crit or something to like 11. It's where you get all hit, like more than doubles your crit, nearly triples your crit rating. Isn't there a specific job? It's not on the list. Yes, it's Sanctum only. So we need people running Sanctums. I'll probably be able to run Sanctums, but judging by how our private league went last time, we get way more books than one person can run Sanctums. We would need more people to run Sanctums. Also, I actively want a boss not run Sanctums, but I will run Sanctums because I need this thing. Starting a private league? Yes, we're starting a private league. It is open to all. Also don't know how good league mechanic is going to be. True. Or whether we want to be doing it or not. The money got over you. When does the league start? 8th of December? Or 9th, depending on where you are in the world. Got a rough number of how many people are in your private league? Somewhere between 50 and 100 is our guess. Over this weekend, I will set up a sign-up sheet so that we can get an idea before we launch. And by set up, I mean I might steal Freaks and then edit it to my liking because he's already done quite a lot of the work. So I might just straight up thieve it and then make some edits. Thanks. Yep. All right. All the good versions of this are saboteurs. All of them. Every good version of Hexblast Mine that I like the look of is a saboteur. So I guess I don't get to be Pathfinder. I just don't get to be a Pathfinder. That's just how it is. I'm just going to be a saboteur. How much does it cost to start a private league? Too fucking much in my opinion, but I'll be paying to start it and I'll be crowdfunding to continue it. So I'll pay, no one will have to pay on league launch, but if everybody wants to keep going, we'll be crowdfunding the following things. Okay. Become a 5-linker, do you? Oh. I could just buy a 5-link. Ta-da. The league launches the same day as a private league? Yes, I will be league starting in a private league. Is Crit Act 1?
Hello. Yes?
Yes.
Take care.
This is on a self-found or will you have a trade site? It'll be in a trade league, but we will not be trading for currency. We will be just like group found starting. So like if you get stuff you don't need, you give it away. And if you see stuff on the trade website that you want, you take it. Yeah, like BPL team style.
I like money, please.
Oh no.
I'll fill your tip jar and help. Start
Detonate.
the private league smiley face.
Hey. Blitz, thank you very much for the tip. I very much appreciate it.
Not all murders are equal.
Yeah, we definitely already have some, well, at least one dedicated heister. If there's more people that want to heist, there will be plenty of heist stuff. We'll have a sign-up sheet. There will be there's a few rules. There's a few rules, which is basically one, don't do anything for the group that isn't fun for you. Like if you see that we've got like a really big problem where no one's making oils, but you don't want to go do blight maps, it's not your problem. Just live without it. Don't do stuff that's miserable for you. And the point is to have fun, right? Not to... The point is to have fun. But there will be a sign-up sheet. And if you want to be doing things, specific things, you'll be able to be like, hey, I want to do expeditions. I would love to run expeditions all day. And everyone who doesn't want to do expeditions will just hand you all their logbooks because they don't want to do that shit. Oh, the players will probably be, we think 50 to 100, but I'm not sure yet. That's because I respec my atlas so that I would have like some representation of how it would look. Alright, are we out of the ad break yet? No, we got another minute still. Morning.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Does everyone have to have a role? No, not at all. Absolutely not. It's just an if you want option. Such a lovely once I'm able to get the flask. I always forget about that, to be honest. Oh, bleed. Bleed. It hurts so much. Spoiler, you still need bleed immunity.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I love the auto-targeting part. I love the auto-targeting part. Not having to fire in any direction. Okay. Crit chance is 51% in combat. Does NKOE help with Hex Blast AoE? I mean, technically speaking, yes, but you've already got, where is it? Something is already making it AoE. Yeah, the curse is what's making it AoE, but where's it written? If the enemy was hexed, also deal area damage to other enemies around the target. Missing damage and removing hex from those areas the same way. Okay. So yes, AoE scaling would also give you better clear. Never work in this scenario. This is super hard to gear around. So you need one curse on hit. It can't come from the unique ring or hex touch support. But it can be a synth implicit ring, a roll on a delve ring, a roll on an influence ring, or a corrupted glove. Any of those work, and it needs to be either flammability or frostbite. Doesn't actually matter which one.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I don't know how it happened. Why not Ellie Week? I don't remember. Something about the order of curses being alphabetical? And Ellie Week fucking it up? It's the lowest res. Well, we use Ellie Week and one of the others. But for some reason Ellie Week as the on hit isn't the right move. I don't know why. Even exists as on hits. Sure, on a corrupted glove. And I said freezing also maps. No, because I'm not interested in like ZHP zero defense Giga one shot builds. Those don't entertain me at all. I don't enjoy them. Turns out frostbite and flammability are not Val glove implicits. Okay, so we're looking at only rings then. How much damage is Dodri's gloves? Really good early. Not a permanent pair of gloves for sure, but definitely quite a lot early. It'd be a fantastic glove to pick up while leveling. Any curse works. Yeah, like initially, like early white maps or leveling, literally any curse on a pair of gloves would work just to get the effect moving. Eventually, it has to be either flammability or frostbite that's your curse on hit, but to begin with, to just enable it, anything.
Just need a moment to...
So that is all the suppress that you get from the tree. Spell damage suppress chance is 76%. Well, that doesn't count. So 69%? Do I have any on my gear at all? No. So you get 69%. Nice. So you only need 31% suppress from gear to be suppress capped. Did you go for skitterbots applying flammability? My understanding is you want skitterbots to have Ellie weekend, but the honest truth is I don't actually know the intricacies yet. Right now I've just copied from Palstron's video. But I'm going to look into other people's videos and figure out how it works for myself instead of just copy before we league start it. I also, judging by the leveling trees, I disagree with some of the pathing for leveling options. I I think we should have gone crit way earlier. I think it was a lot easier to go crit than wait on it. What is that cursor? It's actually just an in-game option. Do I? There it is. Pink, large. You can also do the inverted one if you don't like the white outline. If there was a purple option, I'd use that. Make a soundless MTX on skills, just using a bit of something else with annoying sounds. Huge meta shift this league incoming. I can feel it. I fucking hope so. That'd be great. You keep huffing that copium. I'll take some too. I don't think it'll happen, but I want it to happen. I'm not against it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Here's a couple of them. But of all curses, why early weakness? So Hex Blast specifically does its damage based on whatever the lowest resistance is, not based on chaos resistance. So the best way to get a lower resistance is to use either flammability or frostbite and Ellie Weak together. And then also ideally expose on your gloves to the same type of curse that you're doing so that you lower that specific resist even more. But Ellie Weak is the generic everything one, and we're doubling up on curses, so you want both Ellie Weak and excuse me, Ellie Weak and either cold or fire exposure with and frostbite. More freezes add safety to the build. So one of the biggest differences, I guess, good enough either way is fine, but you can also do combustion when you're fire, and there's nothing for cold for that. So like I have a wave of conviction combustion to lower their res even more. But I think that doesn't work. I think that it doesn't actually apply the combustion because I'm igniting with Hex Blast anyway. So you could be right. Why does reducing the Ellie resistance on their enemy buff the chaos damage? Specifically for this skill and this skill only. Chaos damage with hits is resisted by the lowest resistance instead. There's a line on the on Hex Blast itself.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
So that used to be the case. But I remember, I forget when, but I remember at some point it became a problem and combustion wasn't working if it wasn't part of the skill that was giving the active damage ignite. And I don't remember if that ever got fixed. I don't ever remember hearing about that getting fixed. I remember the problem happening. I remember it being a problem. But I don't ever remember reading about it getting fixed. Effect with elements such as combustion and bone steel but discarded with the stronger fix the bug. Oh, okay. So it was fixed. Okay. Alright, I don't remember it ever getting fixed, but I did remember the problem. So I just wasn't sure whether that was working or not. Turns out it is. So I guess there's a slight preference for you to be fire cursing with flammability instead. A slight preference. It's not a big deal. If you hit frostbite, you hit frostbite. It's fine. I mean, if you want to push the freeze angle even just a little bit more early, this mastery is 20% chance to ignite, freeze, shock, and poison for 1 point. I'll use Ellie Week in the ring. I don't know the specifics of this, but it's something to do with the order of curses being alphabetical. And if Ellie Week is the curse on hit, it becomes the first curse, which means it's the one that gets removed. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. All I know is that 3 of the build guides that I watched all said Ellie Week has to be the one in the ring because of some sort of order. I'm not really sure about exactly the mechanic that's going on there, but for whatever reason, Ellie Week goes in the ring.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
So you'd want the slowest one to be the worst one? Seems pretty fucking promising. We're in a fucking 5-link right now. Like, like, what do you mean? Just how long till the legs fall out from under it? My understanding is they fucking don't. Like, without any of the cool stuff, like the helmet from Sanctum or the shield or anything like that, without any of those things, just a regular 6-link, I'll be able to do the normal bosses you do want to have one of those 40% chests, the same one I used on the Chieftain. And if you want a bit more tank, you still want to use the 20% fizz as shield to get rid of that fizz damage, because you're very, very weak to fizz and there's no way to counter that. So just getting fizz damage to be elemental is the way. Is always the way. Fuck fizz damage. Fizz convert seems to be a massive crunch in PoE right now. Yeah, that's actually Fizz. Fizz just does too much damage. Because of the way armor's calculated, if you can't get like 25,000 armor or more, it's basically not worth having any. That plus the fact that you basically have to have suppression cap in like 99% of cases, and they made suppression significantly harder to get, and it requires all of your fucking suffixes all the time and passive points. There's just no room left to also get armor and physical reduction. I actually hate suppression, by the way, because there's just no like, there's no substitute. You have to get suppress cap, and then suppress is only rollable on evasion basis, which is stupid. I don't mind the idea that you have to get suppress capped. I just think getting and I don't mind the idea that they've balanced the entire game around being suppress capped. But if you're gonna do that, it needs to be a lot easier to get. Like nearly doubling the numbers that are on your suffixes and making them available on energy shield and armor bases as well, so it becomes like a resistance. Like you're just like, oh, I have to do this one extra thing. It's just part of it. It either needs to be something that's accessible for everyone, and then you can make it a thing everyone needs, or not do what it fucking does now and not balance the game around it. But also we're doubling it. Yeah. Yes, I agree. However, I'm fine with that in theory, right? I'm fine with the theory of we're going to nerf player power by making everything do more spell damage, but here's a way to halve all the spell damage. You now need to build it into your build. I'm fine with that. It's the same trick they pulled with chaos damage. A long time ago, it didn't matter if you had negative 60 chaos res. And then eventually your good builds and get like up to 0, and it would be like, that's fine, I'm super tanky. And then they just like introduced more and more chaos to the point where now you want to have chaos res as soon as possible. I'd like to have some in white maps, and I want to be chaos res capped in my endgame builds, same as elemental res. And that was technically enough because it required more investment. The difference between that and suppression is chaos res is available on every fucking piece of gear. Doesn't matter if I'm using ES bases or armor bases, I can still roll chaos res. The difference with suppression is that it's here, here, and here, and that's it on the tree, and then it only rolls on evasion. I can't get it on my straight armor pieces, I can't get it on my evasion pieces, and there's none of it on this whole part of the tree. So I'm really like locked out of a lot of options, and I need suppression. which is silly.
Just
If
need
you're
a
going to make
moment
something I
catch my
need,
breath.
which is fine to make something I need, fine to nerf us in a way where we have to build more defense to compensate. That's fine. It's not fine that it's only available in certain areas in really low numbers and only in one corner of the tree. That's the bit that's not okay. Well, max hit is mitigation. There are 3 pillars to tankiness: avoidance, mitigation, and recovery. Avoidance, mitigation, recovery. Those are your 3 pillars. You have to have 2 of those pillars to be a decently average build. Your really, really good builds have all 3 of them covered. Your good builds have all 3. Oh, hey, get out of here. How did that open? Go away. Who's this going to build? Is it overkill? Leech gloves? Is there a leech? Is there a way to leech off mines? Mitts? Huh. What if they add a suppression flask? You mean this one? Feel up in dance to me. Is it helpful for the left side people? It's also not reliable to rely on a flask for your suppression unless you're a pathfinder, in which case you've probably already got suppress cap without it.
Just need a moment.
Again, I'm fine with the idea of suppression. It's just that if you're going to do suppression and everyone's going to need to have suppress cap, it shouldn't just be available on one corner of the tree and on evasion gear. It should be available on all gear in much higher numbers, in the way of maybe its job is to like take up 2 suffixes and 1 wheel on the tree on every build. And maybe that's just like the way they nerf us. That's fine. That's the same idea as they started adding in chaos to a lot of things. So you just need chaos res now and you didn't before. That's fine. That's a good way to nerf player power without directly nerfing us, to make us feel like we've got to overcome a thing. Right? Like that's what they did with chaos damage. Over about 3 leagues, it went from not needing any chaos damage res to pretty much wanting to be chaos capped all the time. That was a player nerf that just wasn't sold to us as a nerf, right? Like it just was a thing that happened that we overcame, and that feels good. Suppression could have been the same thing, to nerf us by forcing us to use 1 wheel on the tree somewhere and 2 or maybe 3 suffixes on our gear. Fine. But to do that, it needs to be available on armor pieces, available on energy shield pieces, and there needs to be a decent wheel of it somewhere here, and somewhere here, so that everyone has access to a suppression wheel at least. And then better numbers on my gear so that it only takes a few, and now you can balance the whole game around everyone having suppression. That's not what they did. They locked it into this corner and they put it on only evasion gear. Right? Like, it's all the suppression is like here and this one wheel. So everyone here gets nothing, everyone here gets nothing, everyone here gets nothing, and everyone here gets nothing. And you have to wear evasion gear. It's bad. I don't like any of that. But the other side gets armor, right? But armor's trash. Armor's a garbage stat unless you can get like 25, 30,000 of it. And even then, you still want to get at least 20 to 40% phys taken as compensate, because armor doesn't mitigate physical damage well at all. You don't believe that though? No. I gotta nip that in the butt right now. That company is full of people smarter than both me and you. They know. There is nothing about this game people in that building don't know. Maybe everyone doesn't know everything, but people there know shit and they know it better than we do. These are decisions made. I disagree with the decisions and I'll be vocal about those decisions, but those decisions are not made from ignorance. Those are very, very smart people that I believe have made bad decisions, but not out of ignorance. Just decisions I disagree with. All right, those are important distinctions. Also, saying they just don't know is like a bit of a cop-out or a bit of a forgiveness, right? It's a bit of like a, oh, they don't know any better. Kids will be kids. Nope, fuck that. You know better. You know what's going on. This is a mistake. This is why. So another option, if you made block a little more accessible, and if you made this, you take 50% damage or even 55 or 60 instead of 65, but taking glancing blows would allow you to raise your block to 100%, then we could use that instead of suppression and we'd be going pretty good. But then you have the problem of heal on block. Not only will I update the Poison SRS guide if the patch notes has changed anything, but I will re-put out a new path of building with the updated path of building and a quick glance over the changes that will affect it regardless, because it makes too much money on YouTube. There will be a new guide. There will be a new path of building, no matter what. The only instance in which there will not be a new Poison SRS path of building is that they murder it in the patch notes and it is no longer worth playing. In which case there'll still be a video, it just won't have a path of building attached to it. And it'll just, its thumbnail would just be me crying. started with a sub 6 hour 2 hour stone build. Yeah, but that's just... He could have taken SRS out of that whole build and still done it in a similar time. Make suppression more available. Lower the percent of damage suppressed by a bit. I don't think you need to lower the amount of suppression damage. Everything's kind of built around you having suppression cap now. I think you just need to put the suppression values back up so that we don't need to use as many suppression things as possible. Like Boots used to roll like 24 instead of 14. They need to do that again. And it needs to exist as suffixes on energy shield and armor pieces as well. Then we need to take wheels like this and put one here somewhere, one here somewhere, and one here somewhere so that everyone has access. And then let the whole build, the whole game be designed around you having a suppression cap. Because it is right now. It's designed around you having suppression cap right now. So stop limiting the builds that I can do. What are the moves? Mage Bane to the left hand side. It scales off your dex. There's no dex over here. Block and spell block would be a good counter if glancing blows let me raise my block and spell block to 100 and say you take 60 or 55% damage from blocked hits instead. That would be a good counter, but then you've got the new problem of things that give you life on block. Right, because there's a lot of those. The life on block when you've got 100% is pretty insane. Yeah, actually, your block cap is now 100 instead. But 50% less recovery from block stuff would be a pretty good counter. So one of the big problems with doing something like that though, right? One of the big problems with the idea of the solution to be like, well, you can get block over here. We'll let you get block easier over here. Then we'll let you get suppress over here and you get to pick one. Well, the biggest problem with that comes when you make a build that can do both. Like my Poison SRS build, where you get both block cap and suppress cap at the same time. Right? When you've balanced the game around needing suppress cap and you can add block cap and spell block cap on top of that, that's when you start to get big problems, right? There's just like, there's so many moving parts in this game that it's so hard to change one thing without it having like a cascading effect on a whole bunch of different things. Right? Okay. Haddock's the third person to ask that. What are you thankful for? I hate it. I hate the question because I have an answer, an immediate answer, and it's the true answer, and it sounds so fucking cheesy and horrible, and I hate it. I hate it. And it's like a nice thing to say, so I don't even want to say it. It's horrible. I hate it. Life is so fucking cheesy. It's so horrible. I hate it. Because the answer is all of you guys, because I get to spend most of my life doing this in front of a camera, talking to people and playing video games and entertaining people. And that's the thing that I'm the most thankful for. And I fucking hate it, you cheesy cunt. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's like a nice thing to say and it makes me feel gross. Oh, I don't like it at all. It's so cringy. Ah, it feels gross. Ah, it's true though. I don't like it at all. It's more emotionally painful than when I spun the wheel. Embrace the cringe. I don't know how many people are on YouTube right now. It's not many. That gets concurrents usually under 10, but there's also 250 people here on Twitch, which when you look at Twitch stats, that still looks like a really small streamer, right? Like you're like, I don't make a full-time wage here. That's still like considered a small streamer. Can you fucking fathom 250 people in your house? I don't think 250 people fit in my house. Like shoulder to shoulder. I don't like it when I have more than 2 guests at a time. Like when there's 3 extra people in my house, it's too packed. Like, can you imagine entertaining a room full of 250 people? Some event function where 250 people fit. It's so many people.
Get your magic flame characters ready.
It's so many people, it feels hard to fathom. And that ends up being the thing that I'm thankful for. I just can't. Scott, thank you very much for the 53-month subscription. Yes, that would be considered RMT. And also TOS. Even if it wasn't RMT, it would be considered TOS. It would be the last Twitch stream I ever did. Although I guess If you set up a webcam in your bathroom that only showed from like here up or whatever, you could probably get away with it if you're a dude. Because my boobs and nipples are not offensive for some reason. Could probably get away with that. I find all of you pretty offensive. That's better. That's better. Thank you, Arinity. That's better. Less of that gushy, I appreciate you shit, and more of that you're pretty offensive stuff. That's I'm much more comfortable there. Twas the end of the day. What are you eating? A chicken and pasta salad roll. It's got chicken and cold pasta and some green something and some carrot and some other green something. Camera makes it look not too bad. It's not too bad. It's alright. It's not exciting either, but green something, what the fuck, you're eating healthy? I've been eating majoritively eating healthy for like, it is 100% a Woolies special. It is 100% a roast chicken from Woolies and one of those pasta salads from Woolies and the rolls from Woolies, like the bread rolls. 100%. It's absolutely a Woolies special dinner. I don't know what the equivalent would be over here, but Woolies is just like one of the more common ways we rip ourselves off in Australia. Wait, no, hang on, that's not the words. One of the more common thieving shops. Nope, hang on. Corporate institutions that steal from us. Nope, that's not it. Grocery store. That's the one. Groceries. It seems like there's a rant about grocery stores. I'm all ears. It's a pretty small rant, man. Both Coles and Woolies, who are the two master stores, like here in Australia, their prices on everything is by far the highest they've ever been. Citing like supply chain problems as like the reason everything is super high. They fire a bunch of staff and keep changing everything over to self-checkout to not use people. And then at the same time as charging the most they've ever charged for literally everything and having the least amount of employees they've had for literally everything, saying it's inflation and supply chain issues, they're also having the best record profits they've ever had in their entire existence. Like the most amount of money made they've ever made. But what? So they're employing the least amount of people, charging the most that they've ever charged, lying about why the prices are so high, and making the most amount of money they could have ever made in their lives by like a huge margin. It's crazy. Greed's a hell of a drug. It's theft. It's corporate theft. That was good food. Let me get rid of this plate upstairs and I'll be back in just a second. Why are people hating on self-checkouts? We're not. I don't think, well, some people are. The negative side of self-checkout is they're hiring less people, taking people's jobs, but I don't subscribe to that part of the hate because, well, two reasons. One, taking people's jobs with machines has been happening since like the 40s. It's just part of progress. It's going to keep happening. Get used to it. Also, I would pay extra to not have to interact with a human being. So like,
get your magic find characters ready.
I'm okay with it just because I don't want to have to interact with people anyway. The rest of it is what I hate.
Woo, let's go.
Zenferdos, thank you very much for this 7-month resub. Right, I need to get rid of this. I'll be back in just a second. Oh. And directly in the bag. Alright, how's Xbox feeling? Really, really good. Actually. Really, really good. Like when I say scuffed gear, I mean, you can have a look. You can have a look. It's fucking scuffed gear. Like, it's scuffed gear. But it's scuffed, not intentionally scuffed. It's scuffed in the way of like, I did a solo self-found run and this is what I've got. Right? Like at this point, getting close to yellow maps, this is normally when I would like try and set up a wither totem setup and a cast with damage taken and stuff like that, which I don't currently have, because usually when I first get to maps, I don't have the sockets, the jewelers, the chromes, anything. You just don't get to set up utility stuff unless you luck into the links, right? When you first get to maps, it just isn't, you just don't get those things.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
And so I normally just do white maps, just like that. And then by the time you like get your first yellow, you look and you're like, oh, I've got like 100 and something jewelers and some fuses now, and now I can try and set up utility flasks and shit like that. My biggest problem with this build is going to be mine laying speed. I can tell you that right now. I'm not using minefield right now, even though I would like to be, because it is way too clunky. I'm going to have to get like 40 or 50% fucking mine throwing speed before I use minefield support. So I'm just using swift assembly for now, which is definitely a lot less damage, but it doesn't feel shit. The grandest level? Why? Yeah, share with class. I'm testing the Trevor closing characters. Yep, sure. Occultist explosion doesn't work with traps. How did none of the people that should have noticed that? I didn't know. I didn't know. That's weird because occultist explosions work with minions. No, they don't. They don't. They're just poison minions every time we've done that. And poison's attributed to you. Specifically calls out minions? Oh, it works with minions. Okay. Okay. Because it works with minions and I knew that, I just assumed it worked with everything, because that's like the normal restriction is it either works with mines, minions, traps, everything like that, or it doesn't, right?
Hail Godslayer.
Because I've done things like that with a minion build before, I just assumed that it would work. Know what assume does? A boom. Rip. On the bright side, this is what testing before the league start is for. Now is the right time to find out that your entire build idea doesn't work. Now is 100% the right time to find that out. Finding out that the idea doesn't work on league start, significantly more awkward. Significantly more awkward.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh. Oh. Tell you what, 2.7k life, not enough. I panicked so much to drop the character. I think I could get over it. Is there a way to change the color theme of your filters? Sure. But there's not a way to get automatic updates. If you do that, you would have to update manually and remake your changes. I can show you real quick how to do so if you wanted to. But if you want it to be up to date all the time, no, you just have to take what I give you. The league started in mine already? I'm thinking about this one. Hex Blast. Seems pretty good to me.
Hello, again, local.
The backup, of course, just being Poison SOS. There's up to 5% HP. Yeah, I'm in like literal act gear. Like item level 66, 66, 47, 36, 57. Like I'm in literal league start stuff.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Whoa. Like lightning arrow. Lightning arrow is always the fallback. I don't care because this is in the current league and I'm too rich here to care. But could you imagine that on like day one of a league? I'm in like white maps. That's double damage corrupted blood RMR. I'm in fucking white maps. What is that? Double damage corrupting blood RMR. That's a fucking jewel. It's a little white lights that give us away. A cultist plus obliteration is a fundamental core build, really? Welcome to a Blade Vortex build. Alright, I'm ready to shake things up, dear God. This is really gonna mess her up. Okay, well, I have to get to level 80 before I can try on any of the, well, most of the gear that's in here anyway. Ritualist submit, bring back ultimatum. Please, 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 please. Please bring back ultimatum. Another skill that does so. Blade Fall is really good once you have woke spell cascade. Feels a little shit to me without it, to be honest. You can try it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath. Alright, I'm ready to shake things up, dear God. Gonna build something once you finish this map? Yeah, easy.
So first thing is exclamation mark filter blade instead of exclamation mark filter. That's fine. I can just start now because that'll bring you to the filter blade site. It's a bit messy right now. This league, before next league, I will tidy this up. There's too many filters right now that we're not actively using or maintaining, but it'll bring you to my profile where I've got all of my stuff, right? So there's my league start filter. So you can load that up. Big warning, still, you stop getting updates when you do this, right? Then is it, let me find it. Presets currently loaded. Ta-da. Take off my color scheme. Just hit delete. Right? That's my color scheme as a module. Now it's off. Now you can add your own color scheme module, or you can just default pick between these without ruining anything else I've changed. In the league start filter, there's not a lot there as far as changes, except for the leveling parts. There'll be more modules or more differences in the higher level ones, but all the color changes are in that color change module. So if you take that color change module off there, just by going into presets currently loaded and remove the colors, you can then do whatever you want with the colors. The difference is you won't get any automatic updates. That's the biggest issue. No automatic updates for you once you do that. So if I make a big update and you want it, you have to go do it again. You have to go exclamation mark filter blade, find my profile. And do it again.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oh, 6:30 AM here. Very ready to go to sleep. All right, good night. %30% movement speed with life. Huge.
Hail God Slayer.
No one cares. We're not in a real league. Would be huge though. Okay. What are we up to? Level 16 gem? We'll be nowhere near tier 16 maps. Nowhere near. But we should be able to do yellows. If we can't right now, that would be a problem. We are still squishy, which is fine. I'm fine with deaths at this stage in gearing. But we better be able to do some, like... Honestly, should probably be able to do that. Should probably be able to do high yellows. We might die, but we should be able to do high yellows. Just damage-wise.
Just need a moment to catch my
Pretty little rocks.
There's ascendancy instead of the blind. Yeah, it's just extra damage. I can get the blind later. My rule generally is deaths don't matter before like level 93 to 95-ish. Like, I don't care. Somewhere around 93, 95 is when a death starts to like set me back an amount of time that's relevant. And that's when I care about trying to figure out defenses. Up until then, I'm happy to be a glass cannon. I don't give a fuck. Oops. What are you? Oh, Linaris touched. I had it somewhere. Here it is. Nope. I had minefield somewhere. There it is. But I ended up swapping back to Swift Assembly because minefield felt way too clunky. Like the oh, not high impact mine. This one. Like it just that stop. That stop feels real bad. I don't enjoy it at all. It's too long of a stop. Hmm. All right, fine.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Oops. Hang on. I forgot as soon as I do minefield, I need to, oh, that's what's happening. But also I need to not put on my herald. I need more mana. guess that's a little better with frenzies. Still slow enough that I don't live it. Where'd you go, bud? Okay, I'm ready to help if you have a free socket. Free socket, sure. Free mana? Not really. Not enough for a 25%. With all the mines down, there's only 100 left. Also, I feel like maybe it's just me. I feel like, damn, if that was in League Start in my like 7th map, 2 people would be very happy. I feel like if I was going to use some of my mana, it would be on Vitality, to be honest.
Slayer, good day.
But at level 80, I can try this set of gear. See how it works in like proper gear. Oh man, I'm exactly where I started with 9 div left. Rip.
Hail, Godslayer.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
That's not bad considering I just jumped up like 10 tiers of maps. Well, like 7, but still. That's level 16 gems still. There's a timer above the skill bar. That's how long I've been in the map. Oh man, this is real nice for breaches. This must be a nice breach build. To be more than I am. I used Prevent Boxing only with Hexblast. Doesn't feel good to me. It shouldn't. I used a Blasphemy and a Curse uptime until I got a Curse in ring. Did I miss something? I think you missed the intention. You need either a Profane Proxy or hit on hit or Blasphemy, but you need 2 of those things, not 1. So ideally you want either Blasphemy or Profane Proxy, one or the other. Profane Proxy is better, but you can start with a Blasphemy and a Curse on hit. You want both. One or the other isn't enough.
You can't reach 100% chance to not remove charges when casting Discharge, with a level 5 enhance in a +3, red socket plus corruption, Dialas, 30% ashes, and socketed in a green socket. A 23% quality divergent discharge gives 69.5% chance to not remove charges. The Helming chant is 30% chance. leaving you at 99.5%, but Poe always rounds down. Mop mad, so it's capped at 99%.
Good old 99% chance. Easy. Mm-hmm. So you switch blast to impersonate proxy if you want. Well, not if you want, as soon as you can. As soon as you can. So you need a curse on hit via any means. The default like number one, like day one leveling one is actually the flammability. I think it's a mace or a scepter or whatever. And so with that curse on hit level, like super common mace, you can start with that in a blasphemy. You want to replace that mace with a curse on hit ring as quick as possible. And you want to replace the blasphemy with a profane proxy as soon as possible. Show this to void is including the crucible tree. +3 to cold, spell, crit, multi, +2 to all. 10% non-chaos is extra, 10% chance to deal double damage. Spell damage. Crit multi. 25 cooldown recovery rate. Gain a flask, yep. Dischargeable tactical burst to cast to the target location, nice. Dread Arc is the one-hander, thank you. Cardio, one thought.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
It only matters for the start of the chain. The explosions from Profane Bloom will count for you anyway. So even if Gravebinds only affects half the screen, if the prolif out from that is coming from Profane Bloom, it's not coming from the trap, so it'll affect you anyway. Might be good enough. So my favorite builds ever was mine's still the poison trap mine totem fucking whatever it was. That one was my favorite. the reaper, the thief, the killing machine. Right. I'm a soldier and I'm marching on. Yeah, let's see what we got here.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Oh, well, let's land a projectile on that axe. You did. Thank you very much for the prime. Nailed it. That's exactly how that's said. I'm a warrior and this is my song. What did you just call him? I mean, that's the way that's pronounced. Six. How else am I supposed to pronounce that? Oops. I think it's a gear to league start a Lance build, like Captain Lance in general. Well, yes and no. It depends. Depends on whether he's telling you it's a league start build or whether he's just made a build and you're like, I wonder if I could league start this Lance build, because he can make some pretty expensive builds. I also trust him as a source to make a league start build. So if it's a league start build that he's saying, then yes. But if you're just picking one at random and being like, I like this build, I'm going to make it as a league start. No.
Just need a moment to
Or ask him if that's appropriate. Just because one of us league starts a build does not make it a league start build. I've league started all sorts of shit and had it go successfully that I would not suggest other people do. just because you see a streamer league starter build does not mean you should. I don't know why that Wanda keeps getting brought up as like an example of a bad league start when it was it still did all of my watchstones and fucking progressed me into tier 16 maps, and I was like doing some delirious stuff. It just wasn't as good as I was hoping it was going to be. Like, it worked still way better than most people's league starts. Oh, I should clear the rest of that. I'm after levels. Been about it for days. Yeah, because I was expecting like S tier. And it wasn't. But it worked well. I was expecting S tier. And it got over half of its power taken away the league I decided to start it. And it just wasn't S tier. It still worked though. Like we still got everything done. Even at under half power. Like I'm just saying, I've made way worse builds. I've made builds that fail so much harder than that Instacker did. So much harder. I've made so much worse builds. A whole bunch of them. In fact, there are so many bad builds to pick from. Yeah. Poison pizza sticks is probably the worst one I've ever made, I think. That one was horrendous. Horrendous. It was so bad.
Just need a moment to catch my breath. That was satisfying.
God damn it. Why can't I get all this shit on day one? You seen this shit? I got the Hiri's Eye amulet, a fucking Rise of the Phoenix, and now the Rage Gloves in like 3 maps. If this was the start of the private league, I'd be making people so happy. Yeah, Rise of the Phoenix. That's the one I started with. Here you go. This build was super bad. How the fuck old is that? The audio sounds so fucking bad. Look at my face. What a baby. It's like looking at a child's stream. Child, are you old enough to be playing this video game? This game actually has an age restriction, kid. I don't think you're allowed to be here. That's only 3 years ago. I was like 32. What the fuck? It really works for me. Yeah, I want to get it purple again. The end's still purple, but it's not as purple as I'd like. And I don't know. I couldn't get over looking at my baby face. Looks like a kid.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Look at this shit. It's like the last 3 maps. You know how happy I'd be making people in a private league? Hiram's Truth, Combs Spirit, Gloves, and Rise of the Phoenix in like fucking 3 maps. The elevator because of and either one Ashling AoE life. Craft the other. Oh, seems overly ambitious. Yep. If a global chat or is a guild I can join later. There is a guild you can join whenever you want, but you don't have to. The global channel is 22567, and that is just a global channel for me all the time. That is just the Baylor global channel. Can you even start brands anymore? Yeah, if you want to. Oh, that was a pretty good build for a 1x build, that one. We can grab that for movement speed. I grab that one for more life to start with. There we go, 3k. That's better. I was thinking about that build the other day. I was actually thinking about it as one of the possible boss killers. Or like a more recent variation on it anyway. Were you able to get car fast items to actually work? I said they did fuck all damage. Nah, I had it killing everything. Bosses and everything. A long time ago in that video. It did really good damage. I think, without looking at it, I think I made it a Brutus led sprinkler build. Is that what it did? Or how many ships do I expect to get to do with Awakened Spell Cascade? I don't know.
Oh,
Stay pure.
Brutus and all the other suspects? Yeah, I thought so. Brutus, the iron something chest, etc. It should still work now. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't.
The blight is trying to spread. The blight is trying to spread.
This build's pretty good for blights. I haven't even put down a tower. In fact, I don't even know why I'm moving my mouse around.
Just
pretty
need a
good.
moment to catch my breath.
Realistically, not using any towers is just flexing for the sake of it. You should at least put down an imbue tower that buffs you. Fucking cost breeze too. What imbue powers actually do, other than buff you and the towers, I don't actually know in what way. They just make you stronger and towers stronger. That's just all I got. It's the most flexing and adventurous on the stream. Give me a year. We're looking at weight sets right now. I've been looking with my parents to get weight sets and put them in the house. I'm gonna start doing weights. How far can Exodus mine goes hard leagues out stuck? If you're in a trade league, it can go infinitely. It can go from the beginning to the end. In the private league, I may get stuck on Ubers. I may not be able to do Ubers. What happened to that home gym room? We don't have the room until the person who's staying here moves out. But as soon as she does, we're turning it into a gym room. You still have the equipment? I mean, I never had the equipment. We were going to buy the equipment. Oh. Needs cast on death portal. This build. Needs cast on death portal. Need some evasion? Yeah, I need to be running Grace. But I can't yet. Or can I? No, not quite yet. But I will be able to.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Can we use some red around? Probably. But in 2.5 levels, I get to put on like real person gear to see how it plays in the better gear. Hey, Nicholas 82100. Thank you for the 5-month resub. Yo, that's our daily as well. What is Thanksgiving? I don't understand. I gotta be honest, I don't really get it either. It's an American thing. It's an American thing where they all say how grateful they are for each other and then don't act that way the rest of the year.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
No, see, I know what it's really signifying, but that's not what people use it for, right? I'm pretty sure it's the time. I'm pretty sure, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's the time where Americans go and hang out with their families once a year and pretend that they still enjoy each other's company. I think that's the job. It's actually twice a year we do that on Christmas too. Okay. We have each other. Second Christmas dinner it's only drinking. So imagine the fights. There's also Easter, don't they come together then too? No. No, Easter is for friends. Right? Easter is for friends and dressing up sexy without getting judged for it. It's like the one day. That's what Easter is. Oh, that's Halloween too. Nah, that's more Halloween actually. That suits Halloween way better. You're right, that suits Halloween way better. That description way better suits Halloween. Are they not Easter? Is Easter not a party thing as well? I mean, it definitely, now that I've mentioned Halloween, that suits Halloween way better. But do you not do partying things for Easter as well? Pretty sure you do. Easter is not a party thing? That's another family thing? Yo, you guys do too many family things. That's too many. You've listed too many family things.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
It looks really strong. Feels pretty good too, to be honest. I'm sorry, wait, hang on. Does this blow up through walls? Not quite. Around corners well, but not quite through walls. Okay. It's actually too many family things though. You didn't even get the 4th of July? That can't be another family thing though. There can't be another family thing though. Isn't the 4th of July just blow shit up day? Isn't that? I thought that one was just blow shit up day. With your family. Fuck. Yo, I don't like most of my family enough to hang out with them that often. Like, my immediate family is good, but shit. The rest of them.
It's put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots. It's branching, exile.
In holidays, birthdays, and parties, and Canadian parties and outings, my family gets together like 20 times a year. You've described a nightmare. You've described a nightmare. I don't want any part of that. I would opt out of the family. Oh, really? Okay.
Hail God Slayer.
Well, like half a button. Like, I like my immediate family. I live with my parents. They're actually fine. My extended family, no, though. I'd rather not, actually. If it's all the same.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Rebel Circus, thank you for the 11-month resub.
Hello again, local.
Why does everybody think of the cult when you build a place for your family altogether? Oh, I can answer that. Indoctrination. It's now the most commonly held belief that having like a camp or an area for just your extended kin is not standard. Building a community is not standard. Right? That's seen as cult shit. And it really should be what we're all fucking doing. A whole lot of us. Building communities fine, doing it out of the way is different. That doesn't sound like they intentionally built out away. It sounds like they all live out away and built nearby them. You even have to deal with corrupting blood. Sometimes. Rarely. Also, I don't know about the rest of the world, but like here, if you want to buy like enough land to have like big events on, like big camping events and huge get-togethers with like 50 to 100 people or whatever, like a place to host gatherings. You're not getting that in the middle of the city or anything. You're not getting that in the city limits. You're not getting that in the outskirts of the city unless you're fucking rich. If you want a place big enough to do that sort of stuff, you're going out. You're going at least a few hours away from a city. Like, you just are. Like, either that or you're like rich. Right? Like, those are the only options.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Good shit. Get sane. Go forward. Move ahead. Try to detect it. It's not too late to weapon. What is this jewel? Damaging elements faster, physical damage over time, multi. Spell damage while holding a shield. The fuck? Stop giving me good shit while I'm testing stuff. Slam it? Okay, sure. That doesn't match. I'm sorry. But it was so close. It was so close. Nope. Nope, it's gone now. It's no longer worth playing with. Bye. Yep, it died. It died on the anal. I killed both bosses on 2 4 links and yeah, absolutely. 25s, it's faster. How long until the new league? Like 2 weeks? Yeah, ish. 2 and a bit, something like that. I didn't even have tier 5s. I got some tier 6s. I'll run those. I want like 2 more frenzy charges. Just some more trap throwing speed. Zoom dum.
The hunt begins. Forgive me, Izamir.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I can't afford now. Oh yeah, I couldn't afford to buy nothing. I didn't already own. I own a unit I can't afford to live in. I don't know if that counts. But I don't. If I didn't already have that, I don't know how the fuck I would ever buy now. Like how? With what? How would I buy at these prices? What do you mean? I can't even afford to live in the apartment that I did buy. At least renting it out? Yeah. If I wasn't renting it out, I'd have to be in it. I probably should be making money from it, but I'm not. Aren't you, Baylor? Tell the class. Because I don't like the idea of making money off other people's hard work. I don't think you should have to. I don't like the idea of landlords for profit. I wasn't meant to become a landlord. That wasn't a thing that was supposed to happen. I was meant to move into it. And then I lost my job 2 weeks after buying it. And then decided to become a streamer. And was like, well, I can't afford to move in here. I better leave someone renting in it. And then I just haven't upped her rent. She pays like 120 a week less than anyone else in the building now. I say I haven't upped her rent. I have. She actually pays 80 more a week than when she first moved there, which is about 150 less than any other apartment in the building. She also basically almost exactly covers the cost of the building existing. I think it cost me about $800 a year to own the property. Like including like maintenance and shit that we do. I just don't need to be making a profit off her. That's off my renter. I don't need to be making a profit off her going to work. That's not fair. It's not right. It's not ethical. I'm not happy doing that. Wait a second, a private we don't have to do the chaos recipe. I'm free. Yup. Chaos recipe is awful. I'll scrape them by that shit. If you use the chaos recipe tool, it's not so bad. Like the chaos recipe tool just makes it like brain dead. You just don't think about it. It's worth doing, but whatever. Of course, there's no amulet. So that's the thing with the chaos recipe tool, Ricky. You just pick up whatever your filter tells you to. It updates your filter for you. So yeah, you might have 4 or 6 sets, whatever you've set it to, with no amulets, but it'll just turn all the other shit off automatically. And you just won't see any of it except the amulets. And then when you've got 6 full sets, it'll go ding and warn you, and you'll be like, oh, I'll just stop for a second. Vendor 6 unID'd chaos recipes, have 12 chaos, and then go about my business. Straight back into another map. You don't do any thinking, you don't do any planning, you don't do any editing of your own filter, you don't do anything. It's all automatic. Just pick shit up off the floor like you always were, and you continue on about your business. How many matches do you think it takes to get a set of 6? No idea. I've never tracked it or paid any attention. I just pick up whatever the filter tells me to pick up. It works with any filter. It works with any filter, but it has to be a local copy of the filter. So like on League Start, you download the general mapping filter instead of using the subscribed one, and you just put the loot filter, the chaos recipe filter on it. And you run it for like 1 day, sometimes 2 days. It would be better if I had more than 4 normal tabs. Yo, that would make it nearly impossible, I'm not gonna lie. Having only 4 normal tabs would make that very frustrating. You should definitely invest in a quad tab if you can. Just a quad tab, please. Honestly, there's some really gross damage. I think a lot of us have that issue now with too many tabs. Oh yeah. I have a whole tab full of tabs that I just never use. I've also got all these tabs, which have names on them but never get used. These used to be set up for bases for when you got harvest and you had to use the harvest on the spot. Then my second currency tab and my second fragment tab that I also just don't use anymore. No, normal tabs. I got a currency and essence. You should definitely get a map one. Currency, essence, and map are like the 3 main things. And after that, I'd be getting quads. How many people do yell at you to? You don't need everything. Ah, don't need everything, Tally. Okay, here's the problem. But what if I'm also buying everything?
Just need a moment.
Like, how am I going to tell you not to get everything if I'm going to get everything? Okay, well that's the issue.
The
Yeah.
blight is trying to spread.
Untapped sales are normally more than 10%. Yes. And you should probably wait for a real tab sale. This is like a... Everything is between like 10 and 60% off or something. Like at random. Like the whole thing's on various sales for this weekend. This isn't like a normal stash tab sale. It's like an everything sale. LOL. Getting shot on, bud. Could you just upgrade a premium to a quad as an option? Yes, yes, please. I would love that. I almost exclusively use quads. I don't want normal tabs for nothing.
Now that was satisfying. Just need a moment to catch me.
Excuse me. The damage looks nice. Scuffed 5-link, level 17 gems. Well, it's not a scuffed 5-link, it's a real 5-link now. A weapon and shield and helmet are just from the acts as well. The biggest drawback is still just mine throwing speed. Mine throwing speed is bad. Your amulet is a real gift, by the way. Oh no, I remember the amulet. I got it in like Act 4 or something. Oh, it's so much worse. That's from the thing before Gravicious. Oh man. Oh, don't look at my amulet, guys. Don't worry about it. You saw nothing? It has 8 chaos res. Hey, it's irrelevant. 8 chaos res is huge. See, this one doesn't have any chaos res. It's worse. There's next to nothing because it's so broken. Yeah. So here's the problem with that. Mad Haddon. If you start a generic build like that, where you don't invest anything into the build, then you get to save money for the first week while you're playing. And meanwhile, all the money in your inventory that you're saving is depreciating constantly, both while you're playing and while you're asleep. The raw money that you've got there is worth less and less every single day while you're trying to add to the pile. If you start something else that requires investment and you invest into that, then while it's on your character, it becomes worth more and more. You'll profit craft and invest it all just a hoard. Okay, that's fine. As long as it's not sitting in your stash. You don't want to be like adding money to your stash in a trade league and just leaving it there. That's really bad. You don't want to be doing that. You should, during the first nearly week of a league, you should be broke almost all the time. But especially when you go to bed. You should go to bed with practically no currency, no matter what. You should be finding something to buy. Something that goes up in prices. My default suggestion would be mirrors and all of their various shards that go with it. So you've got mirrors, you've got mirror cards, you've got mirror shards, you've got mirror shard cards. Like it goes down and down and down and down and down. So if you can afford one of them, get one of them. Right? Even if it's 1/9 of a shard of a mirror. If you can buy that, it'll just go up. Forbidden jewels are also really good. At least if there are any useful ones that you can afford. Also quite often Watcher's Eyes, things like Unnatural Instincts, Inspired Learnings, although not so much Inspired Learnings anymore, but like those other jewels. Unnatural Instinct, Dissolution of Flesh, Brute Force, Indomitable something or other. Whatever that one's called. Yep, there'll always be something for you to buy. You should not go to bed with money on you. Immutable? Is that? Whatever that other jewel is. That's if you don't have something to invest into your build, right? Like, when I league start Poison SRS, by the time I'm done playing Poison SRS, I've probably only spent 40 divines on my character. I've invested every cent I get for 5 days. I've probably spent 40 divines. Maybe 50. Build's worth 250. Because the stuff I bought early cheap is now worth significantly more. Right? And I got to play with that power level while I had it. The fraction is good. Yep. Anything like that. There's tons of options. There's tons of options. What you don't want to do is go to bed on day 2 with like 300 chaos and 4 divines in your inventory. Like that's no good. That's a waste of money. You're losing money. do you buy on day 2? Everything I just listed? Is that not what we were just doing? Sorry. So yeah, I was out of it. Just anything that'll go up in value. High priority jewels. Forbidden jewels. Other jewels. Watcher's eyes. Synth bases. Good fractures. The default is shards of a mirror in various forms. There's like mirrors, mirror cards, mirror shards, and then mirror shard cards. So they go down pretty low in value. If you can't afford them, headhunters. Because you've got headhunters and then doctors, and if you can't afford a doctor, you can afford a nurse. And if you can't afford a nurse, you can afford 6 patients. Grand spectrums, yep. Right? Like just something that goes up in value. Because your currency goes down in value every day for the first week. Your raw currency is worth less and less and less every single day for the first week. So you don't want your investments to be in raw currency. I just realized that every league start I try to get a few divines worth and then sit on raw divines for the next 5 days. So try to think of it in terms of buying power. Yeah. You try and think of it in terms of buying power. So let's just say that on day 2, 1 divine is 100 buying power. I've just made up that number. It'll give you 100 worth of power for your character. It's like a made up power number, right? Don't worry about the specifics. If you've got 5 of them, you can buy 500 power today. And if you go to bed and then you get up and you go to work and then you come back from work and you sit down at your computer and you've still got 5 divines the next day, it's been 16 hours since you played last. You can no longer buy 500 power with your 5 divines. You can now, today, you can buy 380 power. It's been 16 hours. You lost a bunch of power. You just lost a bunch of buying power while doing nothing. But that 500 power you could have bought, that now costs 7.5 divines, not 5. You had 5. If you bought it all when it was worth 5, when you log back in, you've got 7.5 divines worth of power now. Right? You made 2.5 divines out of your small 5 divines. You made 2.5 divines while you were sleeping and then going to work. Because the currency became worth less, but the power's still there. So you bought things that would translate to power. You could log in, sell them, and spend your money if you wanted to. Or make more money and buy more stuff and have the same thing happen again. It's really only relevant in most cases for around the first week or so. Things tend to be relatively stable. There are exceptions. Mage Bloods keep going up specifically, and we can get into specifics. There's a lot of like more nuanced things that are like longer term things you can do and whatnot. But the important for everyone to know is the first week, everything is going down all the time. Like your currency is worth less every single day. It's worth less every single day for the whole first week. So don't sit on it. I get stuck behind the curve each time as divines go up in value. No. No, you don't. No one does. You're just not looking low enough. I'm talking about buying a mirror shard. If you can't afford a mirror shard, maybe you can afford a mirror shard card. I might buy an inspired learning on day 2. You can't afford an inspired learning. You probably should have bought an inspired learning card. I wanted a headhunter, so I bought 2 doctors today. You can't even afford 1 doctor. Maybe you should have bought 3 nurses with the amount of money you had. Maybe you've only got 60 chaos at the end of the day. Maybe instead of 3 nurses, you could only buy 1 nurse. Or maybe you couldn't even buy a nurse. You should have bought a patient. Maybe you've got so little money and there's so little on the auction house that the thing you're going to buy is just sextants. And just as many of those as you can afford. You're not behind the curve. You're just not taking advantage. There's no, because there's a space for that. There's a space for that sort of behavior at every profit margin. And that is why somebody like me or somebody like Diggs looks like they're way in front of you on day 3. We didn't start in front of you on day 1. We did not start in front of you on day 1. We made a bunch of raw chaos doing the chaos recipe, and we used that chaos to buy shit that was way more expensive the next day. And by day 2, way in front. Because we went up in value while you went down in value during the sleep, right? And then we did the same thing again the next day, and the same thing again the next day. And so everything I earn goes up 25, 35, 45, sometimes 50% in value overnight. And you go down in value 20 or 30% every night. So that bridge keeps getting larger and larger. Right? Ooh. In front because you have friends. I mean, I get, yes, but that, it's like the same thing wouldn't happen if I was playing alone. It would, exactly the same thing happens when I play alone.
With all the gods dead, I suppose I should turn my full attention to you.
Also, Diggs like might seem like part of the team, quote unquote, because he's leveling with us and whatnot, but he's not part of the sharing currencies and shit. We're not taking his stuff. He's not taking our stuff. Like, he just levels with us to the maps. He plays alone the whole time. I guess we like complete unique maps and stuff, and like occasionally we're like, oh, this is the first tier 16 someone's got, quick come share completion. But that's really other than that, that's pretty much it, right? Like, other than that,
just need a moment to catch my
there was that one league where we tried to share all completion for everyone all the time, and that became a fucking nightmare. Let's not do that again. Maybe like you share like the first red map or the first tier 16 or something to get everyone ahead a little bit, but we're not doing that shit. Never doing that again. That was miserable. I think your playtime is also important to the strat. Okay. Okay, yes and no. Yes and no. Playtime is not important to the strat if you think about it as a percentage. Let's just say you make, pick a low number. Let's just say you make 20 chaos an hour. Right? And your investments go up 50% overnight. If you only play for 10 hours, you've got 200 chaos worth, and you don't invest, you log in tomorrow, you're worth 150 chaos. If I do the same thing and play for the same amount of hours and have 200 chaos and I invest it, I come back to 300 chaos, not 150 worth of buying power, right? The difference is I'm going to play for 18 hours. So I'm not going to have 200 chaos. I'm going to have 380. But the percentage bases are the same, right? Yeah, Yes, you can't compete with playtime, basically. Like, you can't, if you've got 6 hours a day, you're not going to be as rich as I'm going to be if I play 16 hours a day. But you can still make the money you've got work for you while you're offline. The principle still stays the same, right? It's just the overall number at the end of the day is lower because you started with a lower number, but the percentages are important, right? The thing stays the same. Yeah, there'll be a limit if your playtime is, you know, if your playtime is 40 minutes every second day. You're probably a little too far behind, to be honest, and I don't know how to help you at that point, to be entirely honest. Sounds mean, but that's just not enough to get anything done. It just isn't. That's just how it is. But for the most part, important note, all of those things apply to Trade League only. Our private league, none of that shit matters. I don't have the opportunity to invest in things that are worth more money. There's no such thing as money. No one's rich, no one's poor. No one's rich, no one's poor. Welcome to Baylor Communist League. You can get in here. There's a lot of things that don't work IRL that work really well in PoE. My favorite is trickle-down economics. An absolute farce in real life. Complete bullshit. In PoE, trickle-down economics works really well. Really well. At least when it was set up that way. My payment. Reward of going as fast as you can to get some really juicy stuff before most people have progressed their builds to the point of needing those items. Maybe a double, a triple crit jewel. That people like us use. Yep. The sentence ends with absolute fuck. These items, example, we double or triple crit jewels. Yep, Mad Hatter. That's exactly the kind of investment I'm talking about. That is exactly the kind of investment I'm talking about. That's just another example of it. Very, very, very good. Oh. Okay, so this is now proper gear. And still not exceptionally good gear either, by the way. But like proper gear. God damn, it's so much crypt multi. Aha. The way this build is set up is not quite good enough for RMR, to be honest. Needs slightly more RMR. Okay, I'm back. What happened? Manhattan. I said that is a very good example. That is exactly what I was talking about, but like just a different example. That is That is exactly what you should be doing.
Just need a moment.
Okay,
to
fuck
catch
this
my
nonsense. What happens if you put in an 8 mod corrupted map? This shouldn't work. I'm level 80. This should kill me. This is not the sort of map this build is meant to do. Not at this level, not at level 80. Fucking relax, bud. As an 8 mod corrupted tier 16. What's on this? 46 monster life, crit multi, monster damage, physical damage reduction, accuracy, cooldown, less suppress. It's not that bad. But this is my 8 mod corrupted maps, so if anything breathes on you, you die though. Took a little bit.
Hail, Godslayer.
Oh, I got one tapped by that. Oh, this isn't res capped. Hang on. Why am I not res capped? Yo, hang on. This is the gear I was given? All of it. Why am I not res capped? Go. Tattoos and jewels. I mean, I don't have any. I just thought this would be res capped. Your flasks are so bad. Oh yeah, they're also from the fucking campaign. And they're armor based, not evasion based. Yeah. I just don't think that was needed. I need to be res capped. I have to be res capped. That'll have to do. Okay, I still get like 2 tapped. Oh, what I would want to do is the life stacking Raslatha, not Raslatha, Rasp, this thing, because that's how you get pretty tanky. Like that's a reasonably tanky thing. That's what I would want to do, but I will do whatever it is that I'm able to do, whenever, with whatever drops. Whatever we can find, whichever version we can get running first, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I would want to do if I got to pick. Like if I was in a trade league, that's the one I'd be doing. I'm also not uber labbed, by the way. That AoE blind and 15% less damage taken, probably pretty helpful.
Hail God.
But if we have a look over it, this is still not, other than this helmet, this is not like fantastic gear. It's good enough gear is what it is. I think all these builds are just plain worse than EA Elementalist Ballista. Testing EA is just like a godlike bosser. Really? EA Elementalist? I don't know about that, man. All I can say about that is this is way more fun than that. Way more fun. Anyway, that was like a proper 8 mod corrupted map. Let's go into like a regular. See what happens. This is clunk though. I mean, with DD on left click and full screen auto targeting spells, this is like plays like every other spell build in existence. Oh, I should put red or blue on. You're right. Doesn't mind clicking sound in the background. Yeah, I already had to turn down combat sounds to get rid of that. That's something I do dislike. Also, my flasks are trash. I should make new flasks, but I can't be bothered to. I should though. They're very important.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
smell what you cannot see. Curses!
Do I know full time on this because of the regen? Nah. It's basically the only regen I have, and it's only 10%, which is only 300 flat regen. It's like enough for it to feel, you know, semi okay in recovery. Not bad, but not like. You mean minefield support? Oh, you mean this thing? Hang on. Got one. These things. Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely things that I would want and definitely things that I would not have going. Here. Set and forget and guerrilla tactics? Which one's set and forget? Set and forget is traps only. Set and forget. Trap damage 40% area, and traps have 15% area. This is a trap only, and it's only area of effect. It's not even a good one. There must be a different name. Or you're remembering when it was this reduced duration thing, which is what it was when we were playing the other trappers. But that was still only traps, not mines. And that doesn't exist anymore. That was 3.19 that changed. It used to be mandatory to have 4 set and forgets. No, yeah, 4 set and forgets. Because then they would just, your traps would have no duration. They would just throw, go off instantly. Fucking fantastic. That's an old thing that doesn't exist anymore. It was also only traps, not mines, even then. Oh, my gear? Yeah, your gear isn't res capped. What's going on? I was missing cold and never needed it. Fucking... That's dodgy. I res capped by just taking some shit points on the tree. So that I was res capped for now. If I decide to start this, I think I have to play without combat sounds. I don't know if I could pick up. I don't know if I could put up with this fucking tick, 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 tick. Tombstone will be expensive on League Start? I mean, sure. I don't plan on getting one. If I get one, we'll do this version. But what I already did was test the beginning, test the garbage. I know that that works. Now I want to see how it works in good gear. I think I would, if I got to pick, I'd be more inclined to pick the life stacking version of this thing though. That's what I would want.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
But that involves a Raslathan shield, whatever the fuck the name of the shield is. And a... Oh, it's so nice. Was yours the life stacking version, Mug? Nah, just a properly geared normal one. Okay, so I think I'm showing all loopers. Yeah, the life stacking version is the one I enjoy. Also, the life stacking version is significantly tankier. Like, it is tanky. Not quite like Pathfinder Immortality style tanky. Not quite Juggernaut tanky. But pretty tanky. Like pretty fucking tanky. Pretty much better in every way, just needs much more specific gear than this, yeah. But nah, I'm good. This is fine. My goal will be doing the life stacking version though. That'll be my goal. But in something like this, even if I take away the helmet, I still have enough damage to do all the regular bosses quite comfortably. No, I don't have the cluster in yet, which will be quite helpful as well. Regular bosses will be no issue, even without the helmet. It's only Ubers that might be quite difficult without the helmet or real gear. You lose a lot of damage without the helmet. I don't know if I'll be able to do Ubers without the helmet, but it's kind of the whole point of the league for me, is get better at Ubers, learn the fights. I didn't want to be full immortal, and I didn't want to be full one shot Pepega damage, like ice trap shenanigans. And I think this build falls perfectly in the really good amount of damage, but not insta-gib damage. And if I can go life stacking, reasonably tanky, quite tanky, definitely able to take a hit or two, but not literally immortal. So I am going to have to learn the fights. That seems to tick all the boxes for what I was looking for, right?
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
I will say one thing, Kendwin, about your gear level. You made one, I think, mistake, unless you fixed it in Jules that I don't know about because I don't have. Which is that you can throw the maximum amount of traps and then that mines, and then that's it, not one extra. And everyone playing this build should be able to throw one extra set more than their maximum. Otherwise, you get stuck where you can't detonate traps, mines behind you because there are no mobs there, and you have to wait for them to expire before you can throw new ones. Because you can only detonate these if there are mines in range, so you need to be able to throw one extra set so that you can move them. Oh! Oh. Oh, it also has very little chaos res, this set of gear. There's plenty enough res in here to get chaos capped. I'll try and get some chaos res. I think I would also get chill immunity. Probably off boots, maybe? I don't know. You're already immune to ignite and shock. Immune to freeze can be... there. Which I don't even have. Maybe just Brine King for the 50% less chill would be enough. I can get chill, but I also could do it because of the jewels. What jewels? All right, Force and Blood Notch. Yep, I can love those. Those would be really good.
That was fun.
Okay, so is that? Yeah, there's a little bit on there. And regen. Oh yeah, I've used Blood Notch before. It's nice tech, I like it.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Damage is good. Damage is good. I don't think I want to bother with higher versions than this, because I think it'll be a struggle to get higher versions than this. Ooh, those are so good. Yeah, I remembered. I noticed as I put it there. I was like, wait, projectiles? That's not right. You want to go there? just trying to look. Other than the helmet with an enchant on it. I mean, that's super doable. I mean, maybe like +1 instead of +2, but otherwise pretty easy. That's not even corrupted. That's fine. If you have that fracture, that's so easy to make. That's actually not even like hard at all. If you have a fracture for that, or a fracture for the suppress. Like even enchanted, yeah. The boots are nothing. Those are easy as piss. Actually, your gear is not excessive either. Huh. Yeah. But like, other than the helm being a big maybe, this is acceptable in a private league. I could do this. Maybe not. Maybe not these. Maybe not quite those. Oh, I love that. Those are the ones you want. Those are definitely the ones you want. That's the everything one. I mean, this is probably not obtainable, or at least certainly not easy. But like, get rid of one stat off each of these, and then they're all doable too. Well, this one's already missing a stat. But these two, just like one stat less and we're good. It's all pretty reasonable stuff. Do you think this was Uber viable for all of the Ubers? I don't care if I die once or twice. I don't mean me Uber viable. I mean like reasonable Uber viable. Not me, but also don't have to be Ben to do them. I don't know about that. Shaper and Uber Elder, I'm 100% confident I could do on those gear. I'm comfortable with both of those. Shaper, I probably die and trying to dodge chaos balls, but that's fine. You can just die, take the death, come back in. So I know I could do Shaper and Uber Elder on that. I think I could do Cirrus on that too. Either an XR should be my questions. And I guess Cortex. Shaper balls are easy to dodge. The chaos ones? I find those chaos ones so hard to dodge. Every time I try and do that, I find the chaos ones so hard to dodge. Can you whisper that to me? So I have it. Sorry, I can set it up. Lazy piece of shit. I mean, this. What do people use instead of X-Silence now? PoE Stack. It's a website that's like Excellence had sex with PoE Ninja, and it does everything. And it does it all online. You don't even need an app on your computer. And it tracks even when you don't care. So you can open up the website 2 days later and be like, what's been happening for the last 2 days? And you can look at it all, a PoE stat, all of it. It's also set up to work with TFT. So you can look at your own stash tabs and whatnot and be like, oh man, look at all these essences I have. I should really sell those on TFT. As long as you've logged into it, you can just like press the button to be like, make a TFT message. And it won't just make a TFT message for you. It'll post it in the Discord for you. In the right place, set up the right way so that people can buy it. PoE stack. It's everything. Oh. Okay. Well, I don't need to test more of this. I need to get better at leveling it. I think this is going to be my build unless they nerf it. And if they nerf it, I'll go back to Poison SRS. And if they nerf that as well, I'm not bossing anymore. Welcome to Balor the Deadeye. Fuck you. I'm just, I don't know. No, that's not true. If they nerf that as well, I'm starting RF Chieftain with the plan to change into the RF Jug to go uber bossing. I'll do all my regular bossing and mapping as the Chieftain with the explode stuff, and then go Jug. Houston has a great springboard for Jug. Yep. Helps you map way faster, helps you gear. It's so much stronger. You have no idea. Like, I can't, for anyone who hasn't tried it, RF Chieftain is so much stronger than Jug on day 1. And even like day 2 or 3. So much stronger. It like straight up is way better. And then as you progress more and more through and you start getting better gear and you start like being able to kill bosses and Cirrus and you get the boots from Maven and stuff like that, it just keeps getting worse and worse compared to Juggernaut. So you just start Chieftain. You just start Chieftain. You play Chieftain. You can kill all the bosses on Chieftain. You can do everything on Chieftain. When it becomes uber bossing time and you want to really ramp it up into the highest level, change to a Jug. Go uber bossing. Any idea to skulls bridled? No. But Chieftain and RF is a blast. Yep. Makes a great MF build too. What about mirror tier endgame, Chieftain or Jug? I mean, if you're a mirror tier Righteous Fire build, aren't you just an elementalist? I'm pretty sure if you're a mirror tier RF build that you're an elementalist, actually. Without tattoos? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Let me show you the best forbidden jewels that exist real quick. You seen this fucking node? %25% of damage taken recouped as life, mana, and energy shield. Recoup effects instead occur over 3 seconds. And that's Scion only? No, this is Witch only. That's the Witch one. That's the Templar one. Templar one's actually pretty strong as well. Chaos damage taken as fire, 45%. Chaos damage taken as lightning, 45%. You don't need chaos res anymore. And now you can mitigate. These are not Scion's nodes. This is not Scion's nodes. This is a witch node. A Scion can't get this. 9 lives. Only witches can get that. Only Templars can get this one. Only Marauders can get that. Right? Those belong to that base class. Alright. We are going to call it a day though for today. And I guess moving forward, I need to practice leveling this build. How do you get those though? I believe they only drop from the Ubers, but the same way as the normal Forbiddens drop, but only from the Ubers. I'm not positive about that. So show the level. It was pretty smooth the first time I did it, but I'd never done it before, so. Alright, I gotta run. But yeah, we're doing this unless something changes. I will see everybody later. Goodbye.